character?
Yeah, no, I just changed it to the main
Discord names.
Okay, wait.
Oh, right.
Capture. Oh wait, is OBS updated?
I wanna tag him so see if he's gonna make it.
Right.
Everyone go tag him for like 40 fucking times.
Right.
717.
I see him.
There it is. Yep.
Oh wait, start virtual camera.
Dargo 717. Yep. I couldn't read the last number on my writing.
There you
Sorry.
go. I fixed it. It works. It works now.
Sweet.
I was able to get it working. All right.
All right. Look at
Y'all
that.
can understand. Y'all can see me, understand me, and understand what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Yep.
Cool. All right. Let's see. Let's show off what we're drinking tonight. I got a can of Bahama Mamas. It goes hard.
Okay, so Dargo's going to be a little late. He's got some family stuff.
All right.
Got our Dargo.
Right.
Is Dargo one of the?
Dave, did I put my cup over there?
Here,
Smart barbarian or half orc.
A smart one.
Okay, so
Oh dear Lord.
give me a second here to give us an introduction. Welcome everyone to Roll the Dice and Military and Veteran Gamers. We are hosting live the episode 2 of the Gens of Calathos campaign, and that's about it. Let's get to it. Yep, Dargo will be a little late, and other than that, we have a recap to do. Who wants to do the recap?
I got it.
Okay,
So
let her rip.
as your group chronicler, I'll just do a quick recap. Session 1 included us going world and lore introductions, introduction of the characters, including Scrawl, Palmore, Creme, Jocket, Sir Nicodemus, and Ian Sunsword. Scrawl being our Kriko wizard, Palmore being our half-orc barbarian, Kirame being our Topaz Gem Dragonborn Ranger, Jocket being our half-orc barbarian, Sir Nicodemus being our halfling paladin, and Ian Sunsword being our human artificer. We start off in the Slender's wagon, etc. We pulled over for the night, etc. Giant fireball, explosions, etc. Jocket escaped. Calmore escaped. Everybody escaped eventually. We all escaped. Ian melted Jocket on accident. Initiative was rolled. Somebody threw a sword at somebody from 20, 30 feet away and killed him. Who was that? Badass. Yep, badass right there. We won. We loot. The rider brings first aid kit, heals party. Acid brings healing potions to the party, so everybody should have a healing potion. 6 healing potions, 1 each for each party member, all starting equipment's there. Callamore finds cloak weapons, gold weapons, cloaks, and blankets. Ian is a good treasurer, as decided. Asin, our friendly NPC slaver who is nice to us and becomes Nicodemus's squire. And everyone agrees that Nicodemus is a leader. The writer explains we need to go fight Kellen. We debate on it. Somebody finds an occult dagger during the debates. The party decides to let Kellen fight right away and to go to the nearest town. And the party has taken a short rest before we head off. So we begin our story right back where we left off in the destroyed remains of said location, camp area. And we're about to ride off to the next town on foot.
Right. So, retconning just a little bit. If there's any last minute stuff you guys want to do at the campsite, go for it. I know that probably the paladin might wish to say a few words to in prayer.
Yes.
After all of this, now that he's got his holy symbol back, and
There's literally not enough paper.
So,
I got.
Don't even worry about it. I mean, it's looking at me. Oh my.
so essentially, Sir Nicodemus, now that he has acquired his holy symbol and his items, he needs to pray to his deity Dempo, thanking his deity for getting him through this and helping the party through the next phase. So that's going to take probably about 5 or 10 minutes of intense prayer. If the rest of the party could just kind of do like a simple watch as he prays to Dempo.
Okay. Sorry, I had to change some things around here a little bit. Give me just a moment.
Okay, I'm back.
Excellent. All right, so
Everybody's happy.
while he's praying, he's probably got about 10 or 15 minutes in that. What do you guys do?
Alright, hold on. Let me chronicleize some things. Today is February 29th, year of our Lord 2022.
19th.
I'm sorry, you're right. February 19th, 2022.
This man's 10 days in the future, huh?
Right?
I know.
What happens next
A day
episode?
that doesn't even exist this year.
I don't even think we're in a leap year.
Twitch is not coming over correctly, I don't think. Can somebody take a quick peek at it? And
Yeah, I got you.
we should have everybody on the left side, Calamar up in the right-hand corner, and Roll the Dice and Military Veteran logos at the bottom. That's what I'm showing we're broadcasting, but when I go to Twitch and look at it, I'm not seeing that.
I'm seeing it.
I'm
Okay.
seeing it.
Okay, good. Then I shall ignore it from now. Okay, so you guys were looking through some weapons again. You grabbed the whip. Paladin is praying. What's the rest of you doing for the next 10 minutes? Seeing to the horses. There's only a few horses left, draft horses mostly from the pulling the wagons.
Alright, hold on. Who got a whip?
Midnight. Slash Kirmay.
While we were searching these bodies, did any of these guys have identifiers on them? As if they were part of some sort of, like, obviously, like, I don't know how, like, the slave trade actually works in this world. So, in my mind, I'm thinking that it's not open to the public. So they might have had something on them that identified themselves as part of, like, an organization.
What they do have is they have the Fist of the Oppressor on some of their clothing, not all of it. They have the Fist of the Oppressor on some holy symbols that even the common folks might carry with them, a little trinket or something. Even the wagons themselves have the Fist of the Oppressor and some marks of Pel Brolanin on them. So what you know or have learned during your months of captivity is this is like an official Pel Brolanese slaver caravan. And they've got a treaty signed with various kingdoms in Brandovia to travel through there as long as they don't sell anything or buy any slaves. It's a non-slave nation, but they can travel through it as long as they don't try and sell their wares.
So they're open about this.
They're very open. It's a theocracy run under the direct and earthly command of the oppressor god himself on the material plane, and they rule literally by the iron fist. And the whole country is based off the slave trade built up by the theocracy and by the oppressor god. And the oppressor's influence stops at the Elenin Mountains. So if you look over to this section of the map and blow it up a little bit, that whole section underneath the, oops, I went the wrong way. Underneath the continent, the mountains here, it won't shift over. Pel Brolanin stops at the Yan Elenin Mountains and the Sliv Elenin Mountains on either side. The god's influence does not go over those. But as his kingdom has expanded, so has the god's influence on the mortal plane.
Okay. I
So
just want to know if they were secretive about this, but I guess while we were searching, could I have scooped up one of those? You said it was a holy symbol, or was it like a necklace with the fist on it?
Yeah, it's a necklace with a fist. Some of it's in copper. Some might even have a wooden one or a silver one. Things like that. Yeah.
Come on.
All right, I'm gonna. Oh, if I could, I'm gonna find a silver one.
Sure. Yeah, you got one.
Okay. So necklace of the fist of the
Yeah,
oppressor?
it's got a stylized fist on it with spikes coming off the knuckles.
Okay.
Okay, so while you're going through the bodies, looking for that. Anybody else doing anything in particular, other than continuing to stretch your legs and be able to walk normally and not be in those damn wagons?
Ian will be reading through his journals
Okay.
that he brought along through the journey.
Okay. Catching up on lost time.
Yes,
Not
sir.
having in your position. Okay. Well, time passes. You've got the horses kind of ready to go. There aren't really saddles for the draft horses, but you can definitely take one or two of them or all four of them with you if you wish. There are saddle bags, I guess, that you could drape over them for extra carrying that they had on other horses. So you can put those on there and put some food in there. You've got enough food for at least a couple of days for everybody. Maybe even 3. If you stretch it.
Nicodemus, your call.
Nicodemus comes out of his prayers.
Gather round, my friends. I have heard from the great Dempho. He is happy we are all well. And I have given him my thanks. Dempho has also told me that while he understands the need for living, there's a greater need that he asks of me, and that is the need of justice. And right now there's an evil cleric by the name of Kellen. And Dempho says, we must end him. I will go where you go, brothers. But Dempho is asking me to bring justice to this world. And that means finding Kellen.
And will speak as well. Sir Nicodemus, I'm honored to be on this quest with you, and I will follow you to the ends of the earth. But for now, we must supply ourselves and recuperate. Charging headfirst against this evil cleric is not only foolhardy but idiotic, as we would surely perish within the forest around us. The rider has already gone, and we do not know the trail of which the rider has passed through. At least I don't. I still cast my vote for us going to the nearest town and grabbing supplies before we head off to find Miss Keller.
I mean, I know where they went. Because I'm up for going. I mean, we don't really use much where I come from, anyways. I've got more than I usually have. I have a weapon and health potions. We know that they went down towards where the thing fell from the sky.
I agree with my brother.
If Dempho says, I mean, he hasn't steered me wrong yet.
Now is the time to act. They will not be expecting us. They won't have time to regroup and continue on with their slavery. If we don't catch them now, who knows if we can catch them in the future.
That is unfortunately a very correct assumption. However, we have no supply. We could arrive at where we believe they are. They could be gone already. We have been here for hours at the most.
We have food, we have meat, and we have weapons. I say we strike them now.
Wait, we have food?
Yeah, you have food for about 3 days for everybody.
I can also find food for the entire party when we run out.
Plus, I'm sure that
I shall.
Mahavros here could help with the hunt.
I shall retract my previous statement.
Are you unaware that we have the food?
We always call that "I bow to the will of the committee." Yeah.
Oh wait, so you have beer and pizza? Oh no, I retract.
Oh yeah.
I retract my previous statement.
I got plans that Saturday that you're moving. Oh, you're gonna have beer and food? I'm in.
I'm in.
There's-
my plans are canceled.
There's this old movie called Kentucky Fried Movie, and in the middle of it, it's kind of like you're watching an evening show, and they have joke commercials and all sorts of stuff. And the feature was A Fistful of Yen, which is a parody on A Fistful of Dollars and Enter the Dragon. And there's when they're trying to entice the guy, the martial artist, quote unquote, the Bruce Lee character in there to go fight. He says, "But you have he's resisting everything." And then he says, "But you have the chance to kill 50, maybe 60 people." And he's like, okay, I'm in.
Kung Pao.
Yeah. Well, no, it wasn't Kung Pao, but it was called Kentucky Fried Movie.
Oh.
That sounds pretty cool.
It's pretty funny if you like base humor. It's awesome.
Well, we're all here, right?
Watch Watch for the TV short in there, Catholic High School Girls in Trouble. It's a memorable scene.
Oh, I need to do a long rest. Oh fuck.
Well, if you guys have been here, one of you said we've been here for a couple hours. I had in my mind maybe 40 minutes to an hour, but if you've been here for a couple hours, take a long rest.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. So, what time of day is it?
It's nighttime. Remember, the fireball came screaming across. Actually, the tips of the trees are starting to catch flame a little bit as the breeze keeps blowing over
Are we in danger of being burned in the forest?
Not here, not now. That may change the longer things go on, and it might not. Right? You know, it's just embers and whatnot that are kind of smoldering up there in the tips of the trees. There is still this eerie red light, you know, from the crash site that's kind of barely visible from where you guys are at. Yes, and the tent may have added to the problem.
So, that being the case, I mean...
did we take a long rest or did we take a short rest? Because last I noted, we took a short rest.
Yeah, the last thing I had for was a short rest.
You can switch that to a long rest if you want. That's no problem.
Right, well, it's going to hinge on this decision. So, there's a light and a fire. It's nighttime. Probably going to be easier to follow at night as opposed to the day.
Right.
So, do we travel at night and rest during the day? Or do we do what every other group of adventurers does? And, no, exactly. If we long rest, I feel like the bird is telling me something. This scrawl wizard is telling me, if we long rest, they'll get further away. And I know we need a long rest, but I also feel like night travel.
Well, we already took healing potions. So we're all healed up.
Health-wise, we're healed up.
Yes.
You still...
Equipment-wise, we all have our weapons, our armor, everything that we had initially in our lives. We have food for 3 days. The casters, I understand the need for rest for casters. However, we can travel better at night, traveling towards this light. So unless somebody absolutely cannot function, my call is to travel at night, sleep during the day.
And my only caveat to that is, yes, all of those things are true, and I agree with the whole assessment. Even though you've been healed, you still have the lingering effects of months of captivity. But you're obviously, you guys have the will and determination to fight your way to freedom. So you've managed to push back those effects. You're going to look kind of gaunt to each other, and because you've been malnourished for so long. But
and plus we've been under that spell or the potion that has suppressed our magics.
Right.
Are we cured of that yet?
Yes, it's out of your system, thanks to Essen, who has been weaning you off of it for the last several weeks.
Thank you, Essen.
So, to me, my thought is we need to end this nightmare. Once we end the nightmare, I promise we can go find a town, fill your bellies with ale, and whatever other decadence that you know better than to share with me. But I feel this evil. It must end, and it must end now.
Well, let's ride.
Okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
Done. So, as you travel, it does become apparent that the kind of worry of fire is getting a little bit more. Some of the tips of the trees are in little. Some of them have little bits of flame to them. Most of them are still kind of sparks and embers and things like that are blowing off them, but it's not true flame. The longer you get, the farther you go, the more apparent that gets. And finally, you come to this spot where there's a river. It's about 100 feet across, maybe. And did you guys bring the horses with you, or were you on foot? Traveling through the forest with the draft horses might be a little more difficult.
I think on foot.
I'm definitely riding a horse.
Okay.
Horses are expensive, bro. I ain't gonna waste a free horse.
I think at a minimum we would have attached a pair of horses to a cart and at least taken a fairly well-conditioned tent. Not trying to continually surround ourselves with the things that have enslaved us, but at the same time, it's cold. We would be stupid to say, you know what? Leave the horses, leave the wagons, leave the tents. We don't need that. You know, I think we're going to take what we can salvage without burdening ourselves down. So I agree that we take the horses. Those that choose not to ride them, understandable.
Well, there's no saddles that fit the big draft horses. So
I'll just bareback it.
You're going to be barebacking it.
Sorry, I was just under the assumption that we'd come back and then grab it.
Come back and grab which part?
And whatever we need, the horses, the tents, and everything.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know how long we're going to be chasing after Kellen, so I would say we take the stuff with us so that, again, if we're going to long rest, we have a tent to protect us from the elements. Take the cart, take the horses, at least for as long as we're able. No saddles on the draft horse, but there are carts, so I mean, you'd be able to sit in the cart because somebody has to drive.
Well, yeah, there's a covered wagon and there's the big wooden wagon.
And being 2 feet 11 inches, I don't think Nicodemus is going to be doing much of a walking or a march.
You got your wolf mount, man. You got your wolf mount.
That's a negative, Ghost Rider. We have a wolf companion traveling with it. But until I do some animal handling, and I would have to do some purchasing of barding and whatnot, but I have to build a trust with the animal if he's even going to be mountable.
Mm-hmm.
I can definitely help with that.
So
I'm very good with animals.
But yeah, I mean, eventually, hopefully that's true. But until then, I'm riding in a wagon.
Okay, so taking the wagon, at least one wagon with you. Let's say you take the covered wagon with you,
Sure.
and plan on picking up the other one later. After you get about a mile, the tracks that your ranger is following veer off. Those are probably both Talon and Kellen's tracks, because five horses moving through the same area, plus Talon coming through, and just in case you guys came along, you're noticing, Ranger, that there are some broken twigs, kind of broken in the same way on the left-hand side, and maybe a couple of piled rocks on the left-hand side, so you can kind of tell somebody's leaving trail signs for you. He's not a ranger, but he's obviously traveled with one before, because he's leaving some signs for you to follow.
Is Mahavros reacting to the...
He does, yeah. He goes over and pees on one of the standing stones, the piled rocks, after sniffing it profusely and wagging his tail a little bit. Yeah. He doesn't act like a true dog, so it's.
Is anybody else riding bareback, or is Ian the only one riding bareback?
I guess I'll ride with you.
Right. Karame's right.
Bareback on a big draft horse with no saddle is hard on the nuts. So it's and
Joke's on
you
you,
guys
don't have nuts.
you guys and you haven't been riding for a while, so you're going to be a little sore. Not saddle sore, I guess, but a little sore when you get off of there. But it's a better sore than the punishment you guys have been through. That's for sure. Different kind of pain.
What are we doing about our 5th horse?
5th horse?
There were
Do we
4.
not have 4?
No, there were
Four?
four horses. There were 2 for each wagon.
Sorry, my bad.
No worries.
All right, cool.
Could we have
Cry.
jury-rigged them together to make 4 horses pull 1 wagon?
Oh yeah.
Well, no,
Easy.
you can't ride a horse and have it attached to a wagon. So it would have to be a one or the other. And if we have 2 people riding draft horses, they wouldn't be able to be pulling as well, because it's the way that the parting is that when you're hooking them up to a wagon.
Yeah, way the harness is attached. Yep.
So 2 out of the 5 are taken?
4. 2 out of the 4.
2-4.
Oh,
You know,
well, my bad.
It only takes 2 horses to pull that wagon. So
Yeah.
I'm confused. My bad.
Nope, you're good.
who is outside just wondering? I'm just wondering, not for chronicalizing, but I know me and Kirame is riding horses bareback, assuming using a rope as leashes. I don't know what they call them.
Sure.
I'm not a horse guy. Who else is
there were
outside?
bridles
Because I know
for
Sir Nicodemus is inside the wagon.
No, I would be sitting on the bench of the wagon being driven.
Okay.
I don't think I would be driving it, because I'm going to hop down at certain points when the wolf is reacting to different markings.
Mm-hmm.
We would stop the party. Sir Nicodemus would get down, kind of feel out what it is that the wolf is doing, see if he's got any feelings from Dempo, and then mounting back up and continue.
Gotcha. Well,
So I would be on the bench.
when you get to the point where you're at the river, you find out pretty quickly you're not going to be able to take the wagon across.
Delicate
Well, damn it.
movie
It's
riding
just
with
too
Sir
deep into-
Nicodemus, because I have nature and survival skills, and my survival skills help me follow tracks.
Yep. You can tell that they all went through here before.
But we're not going to be able to take the horses and the cart.
You could probably take the horses across. They could swim across. It gets pretty deep in the middle. Thank you very much.
Well, I guess that answers the question about whether or not we take the cart.
Cool. We abandon the cart and then we all hop on horseback.
Yeah.
We have 6 party members. 2 horses are going to have to carry 2 people.
Well, one of them's a halfling, so
Yeah, but one of them's a child, so.
One of them's a child, so it's like 1.5.
right. And the ranger, honestly, you're going to be able to follow the tracks better from walking it anyway. And it's not like going through a forest. You're going to be able to ride the horses at any given speed. They're still not used to having people on their backs, so it's a slow going process anyway. So being able to keep up with them, you could outpace the horses pretty easily if you wanted to. It just makes it easier on the feet, that's for sure. So how are you guys going to get across the river? Swim the horses across, or one person
that's the
take a lead
current.
horse? What was that?
How bad's the current?
It's fairly swift. You can hear some rapids downstream around a bend, but you can hear them pretty well. So it's a little swifter here. You notice it's also a little narrower than it is upstream. Granted, you can't tell much, but there is enough ambient light from the little fires that are going on in the tops of the trees and whatnot to kind of tell that it goes around. There's some decent cloud cover, but the 1.5 moons are full right now. There's 3 moons in the sky, but only 2 of them right now, and one is full and one's not. So there's
Is
enough.
it a shallow river?
Somebody's gonna have to go and probe it and figure out how deep it is.
How cold is it outside? Is it like
There's still
warmish, pretty cold?
there's still snow clinging to shadowy areas on the ground.
I think we might want to avoid the. In all honesty, Alright, I'll turn to Ian. Ian turns to the fucking ranger. And
Yep.
Ranger, would you deem it wise to cross this river? In all honesty, you are the outdoorsman here.
You know that the all the other horses led right up to the edge of the thing. It looks like they milled around for a little while, but then it also looks like they went out into the river, and you can actually even see some odd depressions at the edge of the water when you're holding a torch over it. So you can tell that the horses went into the water.
Okay, so I can pretty much tell that they crossed the river on their horses. I guess I'd say if we stay on horseback, we could send a couple across, bring the horses back, and swim across with the rest of us. Or we can just, go for it with horses.
Sir Nicodemus, your call, my good sir.
How heavy is the cart?
Our mission is to cross.
Yeah, it's pretty apparent to most of you there's no way you're going to be able to get the wagon across this.
So the best thing to do is get what gear we absolutely need, strap it to the horses. Granted, the tents will get wet, but we need to make sure we have our food stores,
Mm-hmm.
the tents, strap it to the horses, and we must cross. I would like to very likely lash myself to someone, perhaps the Rangers, some rope to tether us.
I'll pull Sir Nicodemus on top of my horse, and
Okay.
he'll ride in front of me like a dainty little child.
Those who are riding a horse across, give me an animal handling roll. Those who are swimming, give me a survival roll or an athletics roll. Excuse me.
Awesome. Anyway,
Skrull isn't doing anything like that. He's trying to figure out how heavy this cart is.
I got an 11. I actually rolled it twice, but I got an 11.
That's okay. 11 is enough. You get across, but you do go down river just a little bit and had to go up a steep bank. So you didn't quite make it across the shallow area that's before you, shallower area where the ground comes into the water. The rest are up a little bank. So you made it across. Nicodemus swims across, despite his armor. Manages to make it across there.
Well, he does wear light armor.
He does.
If
And
you wear heavy
Calamar
armor, you'd be screwed.
Calamar swims across there without a problem. He comes out right where he plans. So,
Alright, so it's just Skrull and I left on this side.
yep.
Is anybody hearing me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now we are.
How heavy is this cart?
heavy.
I'm not.
It's
Poundage, please.
oh, I have no idea on the poundage of this thing.
I
But
think you're trying to get that you want to push it in, try to use it to top across, or
I think you have no idea. I'm trying to figure out how poundage, please. If
Well, a
you
typical
can.
cart, so according to DDB, cart is 200 pounds.
Cool.
and it's going to
That's
have at
unloaded
least
too. That's unloaded. Keep
Yeah.
in mind that's unloaded.
it's going to have another probably 200-300 pounds on top of it, with all the stuff that you've got traveling in with it.
And they took stuff off of it, right?
Yes.
All right. We're good.
To the horses to make sure that we didn't lose anything. And then, of
Cool.
course, if there's a wagon, which if this was a covered wagon, that
It
would
is.
be
It is a covered.
unladen 400 pounds.
Yeah, it is a covered wagon.
Yeah. So then you're looking at a
So we're
400-pound vehicle unladen.
okay. So it's 400 pounds.
Well, with the equipment on there and stuff too. You took some of it off, but you still have a bunch in there. Let's call it 600.
Fuck it.
Are you?
It's
Are
a
you?
long time before we started crossing. Okay. I guess I'm just. I had a way to get it across the river.
Oh,
The entire thing, but everybody wanted to just fuck it. Let's go.
whoops.
How are you going to get it across the river if you wanted to?
Floating disc. Floating disc can hold up to 500 pounds. You put it just underneath the
That's
absolute
clever.
bottom of the cart, and it'll actually float. It'll float it 3 feet above the water as I move across. So I would
Wow.
sit on somebody's horse, while this thing follows 20 feet behind me, floating across this river.
Wow.
Where'd you get a floating disc?
What's that?
Where'd you get a floating disc?
I can create it.
Ah,
He
Is
is
that,
magic.
is that a level 1 spell? Or a level... it's
Yeah,
not a
level
cantrip. Level 1? Okay. Well, is that what you do?
Well, no, we're way past that now.
No. I mean, there's, you
Let's-
probably would have brought it up
let's go.
before anybody went over, so...
Well, I was trying to.
Yeah. I just didn't hear you. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, your audio didn't come through. Now it is, so
that didn't come through. That's our bad.
Right.
Yeah, we can definitely backtrack.
we
Are
can
we-
track back, yeah.
Yeah, right
No,
on it.
are we bailing the cart or no?
No.
Oh no,
I
not
I
very
will
actually.
You bring the cart. All right, so you get the cart over the top. No problem. You guys made enough rolls. You got it. You made it across. The cart comes over. It's a little bit more problematic, but for the most part, it comes across.
So how does
You
it
could tell
fall
that
back?
there's no way this thing would have gone across there because it would have been half submerged if you'd done it without the disc. Okay.
Also, the water came up real high on the horses.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, you guys were you guys are wet up to the thighs.
Who is casting the floating disc?
Scroll.
Scrawl. All right.
Scroll
So what
magic.
does it sound like when Scrawl casts floating disc?
Yeah.
Magic.
Basically, just a bunch of chirping sounds in a very methodical.
I want to hear the chirps, man.
I can't hear chirping sounds.
All right, so you have a voiceover professional doing your overdubbing.
All right.
Yep, chirps and whistles.
So you get across. You start heading deeper into the forest again. It gets to a point where trying to get this wagon through the rest of the trees is going to be difficult to do. You are actually going through a forest. And it's not something that's traveled through regularly. So there's a lot of underbrush, low-hanging branches, the whole bit. So you get to a point where you kind of have to go, okay, this is as far as this thing goes. But you're noticing at this point that now there's kind of a very faint pulsating green glow coming from the north east of your position right now.
I recommend that the ranger, keeping a low profile, scout out the area and report back to us to move forward.
Okay.
Yeah, I can go do that.
Okay, give me a stealth roll. Okay. How far ahead of the group are you going to move? Are you going to move until you have something to report, or do you go up a certain distance and then come back and then everyone moves up and you kind of,
I'd probably go no further than 600 feet.
Okay. So you leapfrog it a couple of times, right? And not leapfrog it, but you go back and you guys move forward again. Are you, when you have to leave the wagon, are you still taking the horses, or are you going to all go on foot at that point?
Horses would create some unnecessary noise
I agree.
if we are trying to creep up on something.
Okay.
You're saying horses don't have stealth naturally? Other cartoons lied to me, man.
Yeah.
We're in a secluded enough area we could kind of leave them, and then maybe even have Essen stay there and guard the horses,
Yeah.
and then we can come back at the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus,
And
Okay.
we'll be sitting with the horses as well.
you have two half orcs that have dark vision, and it's nighttime, so we can
Yep.
see better at nighttime.
Yep, and again, there's a little bit more ambient light from the trees that are a little bit more well lit than others. So there's it's about half torchlight that you get when you're walking around down there now. So those with dark vision, you can see much farther than everybody else.
Who?
Go ahead,
Who's staying back with the horses?
Essen,
Essen.
Squire Essen.
And
Why?
Essen. Okay, so Ian and Essen are staying back with the horses. Because Ian does not have dark vision. He's a human.
No, we're leading. The two half orcs are gonna lead the rest of the party using dark vision.
Yep.
Forward. Essen is the only one that's standing by and protecting the horses and the cart. The rest of
Very
the
well.
party moves forward.
Okay.
So, no dark vision for Sir Nicodemus, so I'll have to stick close to one of our half-orcs.
Right. And then the ranger. What race is the ranger again? He is
Kirame.
Kirame. No, I'm wondering what race.
Dragonborn.
Dragonborn.
I don't think I have.
I don't think.
Pass.
I don't think they do either. Okay, so
No dark vision.
about the third time that you go out and scout ahead, things change. The light has gotten much brighter, and it's a pulsating, almost a sickly green color. That's kind of pulsating through the woods. Creeping up a little bit farther, you see the woods come to a very abrupt end. Do you wish to creep up a little farther, or go back and get the rest before you?
Can I see anything from where I am? Or
this is
is
Kirame,
it
right?
just see or hear anything? Yeah.
You hear. Give me a listen check, a perception check. Holy
Oh, no.
Natural
cow!
20.
All right. Not only do you hear crackling of the burning trees up top, where they're actually catching fire, but you hear this kind of rhythmic chanting. It's very, very faint for you, but you definitely hear it from up ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'll head back to the group and report what I heard,
Okay.
and tell them that hey, there's people up there.
When you say you heard chanting, did you recognize the language?
Do I recognize the language? I know a lot of languages.
You couldn't tell.
Okay,
You
just
just
heard general
barely heard it.
chanting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You-
okay.
You wouldn't really have noticed it if it hadn't had a cadence to it.
Mm-hmm. No, I was unable to determine the language. It was pretty distant. Could barely hear it.
Do we see, what was his name? Anywhere?
It's funny you mentioned that. I'm just rolling now for his stealth to see if you guys catch him or not.
The Talon?
Yeah.
Yes.
Give me just a moment here.
Are you looking for Kellen or Sir Ryder?
No, Talon.
Talon.
the writer.
The writer.
Alan the Ryder. All right.
Alright, so we have.
Does the wolf stir at the smell of his
Yes,
former
as a matter of
master?
fact, it does. You see him look up, sniff real quick, give a low kind of chuffing growl, and then heads on up. And when the wolf starts to head up, he moves maybe about 10, 15 feet off of where you guys are, where Kirame came back. Kirame, yeah, and you kind of see a shadow blending in with the trees over there. Anybody that has a passive perception of 13 or lower can see him. See the outline of it now. You know where to look. And the wolf heads right over there.
Rose, what do you see? I will draw my blade.
He's a
I don't
good
have dark vision.
he's a good 40 yards from you, I think.
Yeah.
And you're barely seeing him through the trees. There's although what's strange is not only does the woodland end very abruptly in about 50 yards or so, there's not a whole lot of small branches on the trees left. They're all down on the ground. It's matter of fact, you guys have had to move very carefully not to crack on things. There's a lot of downed brush and limbs, widowmakers and such.
Sir Nicodemus, what shall we do, my good
I have
knight?
my rapier drawn, and I'm pointing it at the shadow that's in the woods. We have a visitor.
At that, the shadow kind of shifts, disappears into the trees for a second, and then about 20 yards in front of you guys, he comes out. Then there's this scintillating whitish light that appears behind you guys, or amidst you all, as the mage casts mage armor on himself, and he gets covered in a faintly shimmering glow.
As a mage?
Very neat
Yeah,
trick.
mage armor.
Talking about Scroll.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Scrawl casts his mage armor.
Yep.
Go!
Magic.
Magic. Mage. Armor.
Armor. Talon comes up to us. I didn't think you guys were coming. I am grateful for your company.
It seems we are still a very indecisive group.
These are strange times indeed.
Yes.
There is, a problem up ahead. The trees were all blown down as if some giant hand slapped them. I've never seen anything like it. And I've spotted Kalen. He is down in what looks like a crater in the middle of this glowing green light. And he has his men are with him. Not all of them. There are only 5 left.
So a total of 6 opponents is what I'm hearing.
It seems so.
Do we have the element of surprise?
They don't know we're here yet, as far as I know.
So Nicodemus, shall we ambush them? I have magic at my disposal that will greatly surprise them.
I think that we need to make Surprise our best friend until it can no longer accompany us. All those that are able to attack from ranged, I feel, should get into place prior to the rest of us leading in with a charge.
Very well. Ian will be pulling out his crossbow, his light crossbow, and his crossbow bolts, casting a very friendly green flame blade. Oh wait, no, is that only for melee?
Yeah, it's only for melee, and it will be very obvious. Of course, you've got a little scintillating mage bird right now, but it'll also kind of throw stealth to the winds.
Never mind. I have a very pretty next spell I can use.
Nice. So, do you guys move forward stealth, or are you guys just going to move forward determinedly and see what you see?
Yeah, we want to be as stealthy as possible to get the element of surprise.
Okay.
Calamar's gonna actively stealth.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess everybody's going to actively stealth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you'll be as stealthy as your weakest member. Let's see how you guys do.
I got 17. I have disadvantage, so
Okay.
I got 17.
Gotcha.
My good one was a nat 20.
Wow,
Oh, here
and
they got a nat
natural
20.
20 again, huh?
Wow.
Everybody succeeds. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So as you guys creep forward, you get to the edge of the forest and you see the following. Let me see if I can find this picture now. Are you well, now I can't remember the name of the crater. There's a famous meteor strike in Russia. I cannot remember the name of it now. Tuskegee, I think is the name of it. Meteor hit, and in a circle around it, all the trees were blasted up like if you take a pile of toothpicks and you stand them up and then you release your hand and they fan out from the center. That's what the area looks like, and that is what you are standing at the ridge of now. And the crater's glowing, so you all kind of duck down and are peering over logs at this point. As you see that you're going to have to pick your way down through that to get down to the bottom of the crater. At the crater itself, you see. Move this over. And sorry for the quality of the image here. I couldn't get the two maps to blend very well, but at least this gives you the idea. You do not see Kellen because he's down in the recess of this area. He's mostly shadowed. You can kind of tell that's where the chanting is coming from, and you can kind of tell where he is with a few movements here or there. All of these crystals that are out around the perimeter, those are glowing a steady green. But from inside the crater, it pulses rhythmically, woom, woom, and you can tell that it starts. It by the time you guys watch it for a couple of minutes, you can tell it starts to match the cadence of the chanting.
Out of character for a second.
Mm-hmm.
We probably have super cancer because this is probably fucking uranium.
Right?
Probably like uranium-218 or some shit.
What direction are we coming in from?
Yeah, I agree.
You are coming in from this side, from the west side.
West side.
Yep. Let me get your
what is
characters.
that?
This right
Looks like a
here,
horse.
that's the wolf.
Do you not see what I'm also seeing right
You're
here?
talking about the dragon. I guess.
Yeah.
Oh,
about the
yeah,
dragon?
yeah, don't zoom out there that far.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't worry
Sorry.
about the dragon.
Don't worry about the dragon. You're not really seeing the dragon. It's
That's a handy tool for later.
it's not a dragon actually anyway, but
It's just a big wolf.
yeah, it's just a big wolf.
It's a
Yeah,
dragon.
just a big
It's a
wolf.
wolf in disguise.
Yeah, I almost said zoom into about 60%, and I forgot to warn you this time.
Where's the grid markers? I need grid markers for this one.
Oh, I don't have them on there to snap, but you can measure your distances pretty easily. Do you know how to do that?
Yeah. Let me check my spell and see what my spell does.
Okay.
It's a 5-foot cube. Okay, cool. So, how big is a 5-foot cube?
Well, you
That's
can use
one
this to...
spot.
Okay, so that's a 5-foot cube, and his entire body is taken up 5 feet. So I can only do this fancy, fun spell on one person.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
I mean, I already have my crossbow, and it's already loaded,
Sure.
and ready to go. But who do we want to kill first? Who are we fucking up? Unless they make a deck save, then it kind of fucking fails. But
What are the characteristics of all these enemies that we have? The 5 guards? Are they archers? Are they swordsmen?
there's a couple of them that have bows, that have short bows. That would be this guy right here and this guy out here. I'm sorry they all look alike. I accidentally deleted a couple of them instead of resetting them, and so now they all look alike. But the rest of them are armed with they've got a shield and they got a spear in their hands.
I'm fucked. I can't cast my spell, so I gotta go at this.
Are they alert?
Shooting.
I would recommend
They're
looking
kind of
out.
looking around. They don't see you though, and remember, you guys are at the top of this. You haven't come down into the crater yet because you're gonna have to make some stealth rolls to get down there, and athletics rolls to get down that hill, or take a lot of time, however you guys want to do it, slow and careful, or a little bit quicker and stealthy, and try and get over and around all those trees. It's a big hazard. It'd be tough in the middle of the day, but you're doing it at night, and under pressure of enemies there as well.
Do we have any characters that have range to take out the archers and the rest of us that are melee can rush towards
Ian does.
Yep, whoever had wanted a short
pyramid
bow,
us.
whoever had wanted a short bow or a crossbow, they could have it.
Yes, so I recommend that the range guys take out the counter range, and myself, the half orc with dual wielding axes, I can rush towards the closest target, such as this guy right here.
Talon says, I will
Who's that?
ride around to the far side and approach from the east. If somebody wants to come with me with range, we can fire and draw attention to us as you guys come down the hill. I mean, as you guys rise to attack.
Ian volunteers.
Okay.
Unless Kira may wants to volunteer.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Let's both go. Since we're going to come around the east, we're going to take out these. Go from the east, flank them, take out these 2 guys real fast. Let the rest of this group push in and grab these 2.
So who else?
Where's my character at?
Character's name is
Ian Sensor.
Ian Sensor. I thought he was already out there. Where is he? I thought I put him out there. Good grief. Come on. Yeah, I put him out here.
I'll just be the horse.
Oh, why is Ian Sensor Nicodemus? That doesn't make any sense.
What?
Yeah, wait, what the fuck?
I don't know. That's a screw up on my end somehow, I think.
You have my health bar, Sir Nicodemus.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Ian
I
Sensor,
pulled
alright.
my character out, not knowing there was a
There we go. Try. Why is it? There we go. Now, why is Sir Nicodemus? Let's see here.
Wow. You stole my identity.
Identity theft is a real problem, Jim.
Nope. All right. And put it in.
Oh, I need to set my health bar and everything again.
Okay, is that everybody?
Correct.
Okay. Talon asked you guys to get up on Mendarb. You guys didn't see the horse, but the horse was back about 100 yards away from the crater rim, and so way behind where Talon was. But he puts those little footies back on the hooves, and with all three of you on top of him, they move pretty slowly. Talon said, "Give us a half hour before you start coming down the hill." And
I raised my hand. I'm like, actually, fellow party adventurers, wait for the signal. You'll know.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So,
I prep one spell, Dulagard.
Okay.
The spell is called Create Bonfire.
Oh, right. How far away can you cast that?
60 feet. That is
Okay.
the maximum I can cast it.
Gotcha.
And it is a giant fucking bonfire, so they will be able to see it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So they take about a half hour to move around to the far side, and then they crawl down to the edge. So we come on the map about right here. You guys can arrange yourself anywhere you want there. And now for you guys coming down the ridge, I'd like everybody, including the guys on Talon's side, to roll an athletics roll and a stealth roll. Okay?
Oof. Not good for me.
Yeah, anybody who gets 12 or less on the athletics roll takes 1 point of damage.
Oof.
Ouch.
You know, twisting
gosh.
ankles, bruising yourself, slight cuts from sharp wood, that kind of stuff. You're going down a very treacherous incline. It's fairly steep, and with all of those trees falling down, it's just a nightmare to try and do it.
So, Sir DM.
Yep.
This guy and this guy has
Bows.
Bows.
Yep.
Okay.
Tell you what,
So I will convene with Kirame in hushed whispers. Hey, Kirame, my feather.
Yeah?
You take the closest. I'll take the farthest. I'm going to reposition myself. A little further up ahead.
Can shoot pretty far.
Okay, which one do you prefer then?
I can take out the far guy.
I'll take out the close guy. I'm going to reposition myself so I can get a guaranteed shot. Once my crossbow comes through, there's going to be huge fire where he stands. With that being said, that is the signal. We need to kill him fast.
Okay. So
I recommend count down from 60. Once you are finished counting down, let it fly.
So, you give them about a half hour to get in place. You hope they are. You don't see them out there. It's dark, except for this light that's coming in, and the trees around on the rim now are. A breeze is coming down from the north and kind of fanning the flames a little bit. So about the first eighth of the trees are actually catching on fire now. So there's a weird eerie glow in the background, and then there's this weird green pulsating light and green light that's bathing the battlefield itself. It's really rather eerie. As you guys get down past the trees or just behind a tree, matter of fact, let me see if I can put something on there really quickly.
was West Side Team Bravo. How close were you able to get?
What? What does Team Bravo need to do?
West Side Team Bravo, how close can we get? Well, East Side Team Alpha.
Eastside Team Alpha, so I think you guys can probably get, considering the glowing problem, is about like 30 feet up, right about here. That should be able to give you enough room.
Are we able to get that close?
That is a good question. Joel, do you think they're able to get that close? Like about 40-ish feet, 40, 50 feet from their current position?
It's completely clear out there except for some small stones and small scrub brush. If they're alert at all, they're probably going to see you. You'll have to make a stealth roll above their perception areas, things, but if you do that, you can manage to sneak through enough. Belly crawling, running from little bush to little bush, that kind of thing. There's enough light there, however, that you guys, it's like torchlight everywhere, but with green, as if the torches were green.
What about down here at the south? West corner?
It's all pretty much the same thing around the crater rim. They're all, it's all pretty clear in there.
Hey, Nick, Zen, I don't want to be rude, but I can barely understand what you're saying. It's coming in real. Does anybody else hearing him robotic-y?
Yeah,
A little bit, yep.
Yeah, he's being a wally.
Awesome.
Does this pulsating sound create any type of hindrance to hearing?
No, it's low enough. It's like, and it really is kind of about that loud. It carries about that loud, so it's not going to be any problem.
First, to notice something taking something invisible. That's what I'm trying to figure out in my head. If it's creating enough sound to muffle the sounds
Of approaching
things being moved, like sticks and stuff like that.
No, probably not. It's too undertone for that. You are also hearing, by the time you get down there, it probably took you 20 minutes at most to get down to the valley bottom, having to go through all that crap. And you're hearing the chanting is starting to get bigger and louder and a little faster. So those of you with knowledge arcana, knowledge arcana, please give me a roll.
Is this any better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yes.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. Thank you for the heads up.
Yeah.
Would you ask us to do?
Knowledge arcana roll.
Yep. Roll 11.
11 does it. Ian, you notice, you figure that if this is a ritual, it's probably getting close to its end.
Okay. Ian learns.
Okay. So you guys have gotten about as far as you can, just waiting on the signal from the bonfire, if that's the signal to go.
Yes, sir. So, as I conveyed with Kirme, I have my crossbow and my spell ready, so all I have to do is just fucking send it, and then hopefully I can do both at the same time, is launch a fucking crossbow and just set up a bonfire about 60 feet out, which is going to be right on the closest archer's position as the crossbow's coming at him.
I'm not sure if you can do a crossbow attack as a bonus action. But what you can do is, whichever you're doing first, like the bonfire will then light him up and he'll be an easier target. So if you do the bonfire first, and then that's your surprise round, as long as you guys don't screw it up, you've got surprise at this point so far. If you can do that, then you'll get a bonus on your first round action.
Sure, yeah, that'll be my surprise. Okay. So I've counted down from 60, as I've conveyed with Kirame.
Okay.
Kirame, will you launch your arrow loose at the end of the countdown, or are you waiting for the signal?
I'm waiting for the fire.
Yeah, Talon is too.
So, Ian, when he finishes countdown at 60, he creates bonfire right on top of the archer, which is a 5x5 cube of fire.
Right.
And create bonfire. He needs to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Let's see. Dexterity saving throw. Let me get this.
14 is the DC.
Dexterity saving throw. Got it. He does not make it. How much damage does he take?
He takes 2 fire damage.
2 fire damage? Okay. All right.
And Do I get advantage on launching the bow and arrow for surprise or no?
Yes, you get advantage.
Okay. Cool. So in that case, I am targeting this guy. My normal range is 150 feet. Long range is 600 feet for longbow.
Yep. So you're good to go.
22.
That's a good
Can I
hit.
Roll with advantage. Yeah.
I mean, you can always roll again, see if you get a crit.
I think that's supposed to roll with advantage, but
Yeah.
well, I meant
Okay. Okay, roll your damage.
22 to hit. That will be 10 pierce.
Nice. That guy goes down. He falls down. The arrow. You hear him fall over, and he's not dead, but he is definitely not happy. You got him probably right in the lung.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a hard hit. Talon takes his shot. Let's see. He also fires at advantage. You hear the heavy thrum of a heavy crossbow. Yep. So he hits. Only 4 points.
Who's he hitting?
He's hitting this guy right here.
This is just a test.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, too bad that was a test.
Yeah.
All right, so this side has gone. How about you guys for your surprise round over there? Skrull, Jalket, Sir
Yes.
Nicodemus,
So-
and Kalamor.
Signal's gone off. East Team Alpha has attacked, so West Team Bravo needs to do their attacks.
Okay.
Is this attack at advantage since we're doing surprise? Because that's 102 feet, and I have a short bow, which is effective at 80.
I
Okay.
can launch you 20 feet.
No one launches a paladin.
I'm a big guy.
Yeah, I don't think I can fire a bow while I'm flying through the air.
Yeah,
I
probably
mean,
not.
I can throw you, land on the ground, roll, and then shoot one in his head. But you would like that.
You can also move up to 30 feet and then take your action as well if you want.
That's 25 feet, good DM. I am a halfling.
I am very sorry. I did not mean to sell you short.
Oh, no. I just got...
It was a
Yes,
little joke,
we're gonna-
just a little one.
Yes, it's a very little joke. Got it. All right, yeah, I'll do my movement. Do I need to do a stealth roll to see if I can get the shot off?
No, you don't need to make a stealth roll unless you really are trying to remain hidden over there. If you are,
I'm
then go ahead and
just
give a stealth
trying
roll. And if
To
not,
attack with the element of surprise.
you have that whether you roll a stealth roll there or not. It's really going to be whether or not they see you after the
Okay.
fact.
All right, so I'm going after little old blue dot dude there.
Okay,
Blue dot dude.
that's one of
He's
them
part of
with
the
the
Blue
shield.
Man group. He
Yep.
should be playing drums right
I
now.
love the Blue Man group.
That's not only a miss, my dear friends, but that is a nat 1 short bow.
Ouch! I didn't even see the roll come through.
Who's shooting the short bow?
Wait a minute, Sir Nicodemus,
Well, wait a
was that
minute.
you?
Why did it show up as a 24?
Well, let's take a look. Oh, yeah, because you rolled a. Let's see, equals 1 plus 6. is
Oh,
7
I'm a
plus 18.
halfling. A nat 1 gets re-rolled on me.
Oh, does it really?
Nice.
Oh, wow.
I forgot about that. That's why I picked halfling. I have luck of the
Wow.
small, so a nat 1 automatically re-rolls. So yeah, that's a 24 to hit.
That's awesome. I didn't think that D&D Beyond would auto do that. That's cool. Roll your
I'm glad
damage.
we did that. I'm glad because I freaking forgot. Yeah, I'm lucky. When I roll a 1 on the d20 for an attack, ability check, or saving throw, I re-roll the die, and I must use the new roll.
Wow.
Nice.
Oh,
It makes it virtually
Very nice.
impossible for you to fumble. That's awesome. Okay, go ahead and click your purple box there to do your damage. As you easily hit.
yes,
Oh,
sir.
damn.
Oh, max damage of 10.
Nice. He goes down. He's in the same boat. He's at 1 health, so he falls down with an arrow. right through the bottom part of his neck and his clavicle, and it's a through and through. So the fletching sticking out from his
That's the
chest.
soft and meaty part. I'm always going to aim between the head and shoulders. That's the meaty part.
Yep.
Nice.
Okay, the wolf takes off as Sir Nicodemus runs forward. He can't get there. He can with a full charge. He starts his charge now.
Yeah.
Oops, that's a log. That's not a wolf.
Mm.
Okay.
I was going to say, that's a very odd looking.
Yeah, very odd. Well, he's camouflaged. Okay. Jalcat, Calamore, and Scrawl. Now, Scrawl, as you get onto that other map, it starts to go uphill, and the ground is incredibly soft because it's just been churned over and whatnot. So it's very rough terrain going anywhere on the green, and the closer you get into climbing up here, the more it gets to almost taking 3/4 of your movement to go anywhere. It gets.
Wait, I thought everything was going down. That's how it was.
It's coming up. It's coming up. The crater blew it all upward. The impact blew it all upward.
So we're not in the crater.
This here is the crater itself. The surrounding area of it is all pushed up.
And glowing green.
Yes, in glowing green.
And pulsating.
The pulsation's coming from inside the crater itself.
Oh, okay.
Which is coming faster and faster now.
Scrawl is immediately hit with radiation poisoning.
Yeah, right.
Does it seem like the crystals are reacting to this pulse, or are they just mimicking the pulse?
No,
they're translucent.
The colored crystals on the outside here are steady green. They're not pulsing at all. Only something in the crater is pulsing.
As an action, could I take a crystal?
Yeah, you can when you get up there. You bet.
Sorry.
Scrawl takes a crystal. Got it.
Yeah, he'll. Probably do that sometime throughout the turns. We'll see when they get up there. They're actually where they're at.
Anybody with a spell, so I figured my action, I'm just gonna rip a crystal off.
Sure, we'll say that there's one next to you. Why not? Oh, there is one next to you. Never mind.
Trying to remember, do we still have inspiration from last time or no?
Yes, you do.
So,
If
since
I'm
it's
moving,
JT. Sorry.
So Jalpet can move. My walking speed is 30 feet. How far can I go?
You can go with a dash up to 60 if you don't do anything else.
Okay, with a dash, I'm moving up to 60. So this is 30.
Okay.
we haven't even rolled initiative yet. Gee.
Nope. You guys are having an awesome first surprise round.
So, since Crystal's right next to Scrawl, is Scrawl able to take the crystal?
Yeah, you've got the... Scrawl's got the crystal. He spends his action getting the crystal.
Okay, so is it my turn or?
I think that's the end of all of this,
Okay.
right?
Yes. So
Yeah.
I think both myself and Calamore dashed about 60 feet.
Okay. Now, don't forget to click on your character when you roll initiative.
Also,
So
sorry, I did want to also move up 30 feet
Okay.
there.
Initiative. You.
Do we have advantage on the initiative since we just surprised them?
No. You've got your surprise round. That was the. That was your big benefit. All right. Let's see here.
Oh, I needed to click on my token. Hold on. Where am I at? Where the fuck am I at? Up next.
Yeah.
I rolled a 10, so I'm gonna edit minus 10.
Okay.
I just had to.
Please
Click on my
tell me what
thing,
Initiative was. Was it,
It's
dice?
right to the left of the armor class, right below your proficiency on roll 20. I'm sorry, on D&D Beyond.
I got a few things left over from last night's fight. I got to get out of here. Not that there's any foreshadowing for you guys about what's happening. Please pay no attention to the extra things here.
I am.
So everything was preparing will come back soon.
Right. Okay, come on now. Roll 20 is being a bit slow. All right. I think that's got everybody on here. Give me a moment here.
I was Sir Nicodemus a 7.18.
There's a certain way that it rolls.
Dexterity.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's your dexterity. So the .18, that's because I have an 18 dexterity. So it's a tiebreaker. They use your dexterity as a tiebreaker in DDB. So, like, if, you know, somebody with a higher dexterity and a lower dexterity roll the same 7, the higher dexterity goes first. So a 718 would go before a 714.
Okay.
Did my result appear? Dogheads. I rolled a 12, but it says you wanted to send the result of this roll to the current tracker, but no valid token was.
Yeah, you need to click on your actual token on the board and then do it all over on D&D Beyond.
That's what I did. Like, I went over initiative and I clicked on the B.
Did you have your token selected on like you have to click it so where it has the 3 circle, like the 4 or 5 circles,
Okay.
and then you tap over to D&D Beyond.
Red, green, blue. Yeah, if you see the red, green, blue circles above, you clicked on your token.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Jacket had a 12, so
Joker.
he just did that to add his token on the board.
Okay.
Cool.
Now I have a 3.
Well, no. I'm counting at 3 as a whoopsies. I didn't have my shit selected, so I'm doing it again.
Yeah.
Just so I can have my shit selected, but the original one was a 12.
Okay.
Yep. So we're good. I think everyone's on there. Valneth. Wait, we don't have Valneth here. Sorry. Scrawl.
Goddamn Velneth.
Damn it. Those paladins. Pesky.
All right.
Wait a minute, what? There was another paladin here.
Yeah, sorry. I may have run this scenario a few times. I think I've got 6 campaigns going at once. So.
All right. So, action dash. You said this is difficult terrain right here. Where does it start becoming even more difficult?
You get about halfway up. Right now it's difficult terrain, so it costs you half of your movement to move forward, right? So 15 feet is as far as you can go. Once you get there, it starts costing you 3/4 to move up. So
if I action dash to here, after here it becomes 3/4?
Once you get to this spot, then it becomes 3/4. That makes sense? Because
So
you start sinking in up to your...
A total of 25 feet then.
If you're dashing, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, for now, yes, if you dash.
All right, so that puts me basically right on that other green crystal.
Okay. And
All right,
that
that's
one's
what I'm
big
gonna
enough
do.
that you can kind of hide behind it. You're pretty short, right? You're like 4.5, 5 feet tall.
Yeah, I think I'm in the 4 range. Yeah.
And remember, this slopes down in here, so you
Yep.
aren't going to actually be able to see much of Kellen until you get closer.
Yeah, right here is the peak of it, right?
This is the peak. This is the highest point. Yep.
That's what I mean.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I was looking at your origin, not the arrow. Yes, that's the peak of it.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get to a position where I'm above him.
Right. That's probably going to take you 2, maybe 3 turns.
Dudes over here, when I saw what they were doing over here, they're making short work, so there's honestly no need for me to be messing with that.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think, let's see, bonus action, I don't think I can really nope, go ahead, that's my turn.
Okay. Scrawl's done. Kirame.
Alright, so just to confirm, this whole area is a defilade extending out this way? Or does it just start here? And basically what I'm saying, I want to move this way and be able to shoot down here.
Right, yeah, you'll have to get to about this point before you can start getting a good shot
Before
on
I can
it.
sight,
Yep.
okay.
Yep, because it goes downhill. I'm sorry that the map doesn't represent it better. This is the best I could do to get my idea across.
Wow, we are so upset.
I know.
You are working what you have. You
suck.
should have done better. Oh my god.
I will strive, sir. I will strive to do better next time.
Alright.
I will custom draw a map with my poor artistic skills.
Alright, I'm going to run up to here and then pull out my whip
Okay,
I picked up, and that has a range of 10 feet.
correct.
So I am going to not whack this guy unless you count that.
No, that's fine. You're,
All right, then I'm gonna whack
you're
that
close
guy with my whip.
Okay.
Whipping the slaver, bro.
Natural
Oh,
20.
jeez.
Oh my god.
All right, roll your damage.
All right, so that's that. I rolled a 1, so that'd be 2 plus 4, so that'd be 6.
6. Okay.
6
Well,
total damage.
that wraps around his neck and pops him. He strangles, and as you rip that whip back, it just rips his throat open, front and back of his neck, and he just kind of spins and falls to the ground, gurgling in a great gout of blood.
Brutal.
Yeah,
All right.
that was
And,
pretty
that's-
vicious.
Yeah, that's it for me.
Okay. Kirame's done. Jalket. Oh no, Kellen goes. You hear his voice gets louder and louder, and Achroklen Neth Faneth, and there's this blast of green energy that goes out. It doesn't move anything or move anybody. It just kind of passes through stuff, and the pulsating stops, and you hear this loud cracking sound, and then a ha ha ha. And that's about it. So that's Kellen's turn. Jalket.
I will move here about 30 feet, regular movement, and
Okay.
get Overwatch because I can jump down this, right?
Uh,
Like if I move 30 feet, I can jump on this dude.
On which dude? You're entering into, once you start touching that green map, you start getting into rough terrain. Basically, your feet are gonna, just stepping on it normally, your feet are gonna sink to almost your ankle. That's how.
Okay.
That's how. It's almost like quicksand, but it's not. It's just the dirt has been just poofed over, and you start wading in it after a while. It just
Just
sinks.
dirt.
Okay, I'm gonna move 30 feet here.
Okay.
I wonder what my throw distance is gonna be. About 30 feet here, as long as I recall.
You're throwing an axe, a throwing axe,
Yes, I have 2 hand axes, and they're throwable as well.
right?
And
60
I'm
to
gonna throw it.
disadvantage, 20 with a regular.
Yeah, I thought it was 20. Did you say 60 with disadvantage?
So this is
Damn.
about 18 feet, 17, 18 feet. This dude.
Okay.
about 17
Yes, but
feet
he's
right
he's
here.
got a bit of a bank in front of him, so he's going to have some partial cover. Because the ground rises up there at the beginning of the green map.
The edge. So I should have, like, if I look at it.
Yeah,
Defense.
he's just downhill a little bit too. I mean,
Okay.
it's really hard to depict it, but he's in a furrow, and it gets deeper and
Yeah.
deeper as you go farther north.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw one of my axes at him.
Okay.
He's about 17 feet away.
Okay.
So I'm going to roll strength.
Yep.
Oh wait,
Or
hand axe.
yeah. Throw. You should have an attack button on your throwing axe on your equipment action area, if you have it equipped.
I have it equipped.
Okay. So you should be able to just click on the modifier to the right of the name of your hand axe.
So
on
it
D&D
says light thrown.
Yep.
What did I roll? So
You
I
rolled
see a
damage.
7. Yep.
okay, I
You rolled
rolled the
damage.
wrong thing.
Yeah. Look
So
to the left
thrown
of that.
does not give me a highlight property that I can hit D&D beyond on it, like the
Oh,
beyond
that's-
roll 20 on it.
That's weird. Huh.
Because I have hand axes.
Should-
Throwing is just a regular roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's both strength, whether you're throwing or
Melee.
Melee.
yeah.
So you could roll your melee to hit. It'll be the same modifiers. 12. You hit. Oh wait, partial cover was 12. You missed by just a bear. You caused him to duck. You came so close.
Dang.
Yeah, it was close. You missed by like 2 points.
Ooh.
Okay, after
It's
Jalket is
Talon's
Talon.
turn.
Talon discards the heavy crossbow and picks up the spear that he had shoved into the ground just before he knelt and fired, and grabs his spear and he dashes forward. So he's going to move 60 feet straight towards this guy. Oh, yeah, I can get right up to him.
Or stab him in the fire.
I can't attack him, but he gets up there to engage him so that he stays off Kirame. All right, Talon's done. His wolf goes at the same time, and I didn't get the wolf out. I should have done that. Give me just a moment here.
I assume since it is a pet of fucking Talon, it shares the same initiative, but goes after Talon.
Yeah, and that's kind of the way I'm treating it.
Yeah, kind of like how if I had fucking a homunculi, my homunculi would do the same.
He hit and does 10 points critical damage.
That dude's dead.
Yep,
The dude that the wolf is attacking, he's already dead.
Yeah, he is down and out. The dog just savages it. The wolf savages him, just tearing him up, dragging him around like a rag doll.
I thought he
Ian.
was dead from the arrow.
Well,
Yeah,
he was down to
a dead body.
He was down to 1 hit point.
Yeah.
He would have spent his turn running away. Yeah.
Whatever.
So he was very badly hurt. Got it.
Yes.
He's dead with quotes.
Yes. So it goes to Ian.
He
What are you
was
going to do?
mostly dead before, which is partially alive.
Only thing to do is go through his pockets and look for loose change.
And look for loose change.
Ian will rearm, re-aim, and pop an arrow at the same dude he casted fire on.
Okay, I'll give you a +2 to hit because he is backlit by the bonfire, and he hasn't had a chance to get out of it yet. So he also takes 2 points of damage on your turn, I believe.
Correct.
All right. Okay, go ahead and shoot.
16 with 3 piercing.
Okay, that hits. It doesn't stick in him, but it does take some of his oomph to get the hell out of the way.
Does he make a dex throw to see if he gets out of the fire yet? Or actually, no, that would be on his turn.
Yeah, that's on his turn. Okay, Sir Nicodemus.
Yes, well, Short and Stubby is going to move his 25 feet, which gets him bigger.
Okay.
And he's going to shoot after the other Blue Man Group guy with
Okay.
his short bow.
Okay. Again, he's got some partial cover from you, as he's downgrade from you a little bit.
Okay. So roll at disadvantage?
No. I'm just giving him a +2.
Oh, okay.
So you missed by 1 point. Your arrow goes sailing just
I
past
did.
him.
That's fine. Sir Nicodemus will shake his head with frustration. I'll get him, Dimple. I'll get him. And that's my turn.
Calamore.
Sir Nicodemus is you're the halfling, if I remember correctly, right?
Yes.
You remember correctly.
I want to pick up the halfling and run with him.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Are you going to let him, Sir Nicodemus? As he looks like he's running up behind you to grab you. What do you do?
Does he even notice that he's running up behind him to grab him?
Well, considering you're starting from in front of him and looking at the area, yeah, he's going to be very aware that you're coming straight at him.
Warn me next time. Where are we going?
And I want to get as close
to him
to here as I can.
You can get up to about where Jalket is, carrying the halfling. You're not going to be running as smooth as you normally would.
Okay.
So you can move both of them up there, and that is your turn. You are now armed with a halfling who is armed with a crossbow.
Short bow, sir.
If you had
Short
Essen
bow.
here, you could be fighting with paired squires.
As we get there, I'd kind of like, knowing that we're now close-ish, I'd like drop him and kind of do like a little bit of a defensive stance in front of him. So
Okay.
he can kind of like peek behind me and shoot.
Okay, no problem. You got it. It's
Oh,
their
gods.
it's their turn to go.
That's a 12 acrobatics to make sure I don't fall on my ass.
Right. This guy right here, who has now had 2 arrows shot at him at close range, saw his friends butchered on all sides within 12 seconds, says, "Fuck it, and I'm out of here." and he starts hoofing it. Says, "Screw Kellen, I am gone."
The slaver flees.
Yes. This guy also flees. He runs away, hoping to God to survive. This one, however, strikes at Kellen.
Strikes at Kellen?
Sorry, at Talon. Talon.
At Talon, okay.
Ooh, critically hits him. Oh my, 8. And the other
That's doubled,
die.
right? That's 16.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I think you roll twice, don't you? I don't think you just double it. I think you roll again.
I'm
add
sure
it in.
DM, up to DM's interpretation.
Yeah, I might be going old school with 3.5 on that. We'll fix it later. I'll look it up and figure it out. Right now, he takes 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage. Talon takes a hit to his shoulder, cries out, but he doesn't fall over.
What kind of damage is it?
It's piercing. Sorry. Piercing. He's got a flanged mace, a spiked mace.
Fantastic.
All right. The guards are done. Scrawl.
Alright, so now that we're in 3/4, it's, what, 10 feet of movement?
Yeah, about that. Yeah. Yeah, you can make it up to the spiky shardy bits.
Oof, ouch, ow, my bones.
Alright,
Yeah.
so I'll get right up about there.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Okay, Kirame.
I am going to run. So 40 feet there, and then is it still half movement in here?
Yeah, once you get on the green, it's half movement. Going down the path like that, it's going to be much easier. You only get half movement. You don't have to worry about the 3/4 stuff.
Okay, so 43. Let's just say 52 feet.
Yeah, there you go. Right here.
And then I'll pull out my longbow again and attack Kellen.
You can't. You just dashed.
You can't?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay.
Yep. Spend all
I
your turn
will
running.
pull out my longbow and glare at Kellen.
Glaring guy. He feels you coming. Oh. He turns and says, over a crackling of the low fires at the rim of the crater, you see the dark silhouette standing down there, and you hear the chanting has finished, the pulsating has stopped, and Kellen spins around towards you and says, "Be gone! Be gone before you are laid waste by the power of the gods! Yaktuthshan halakaman! Yaktuthshan nalegrava!" And in the stillness, and a faint breath kind of washes over the valley as the ground begins to vibrate and mounds appear across the crater. And soon you see, give me a moment here, insert dramatic pause here.
Bum, bum, bum.
Skeletons rise up out of the dirt.
How many skeletons are we talking about?
You'll see in just a moment.
Enough to kill us all.
Oh, there might be a couple.
Well, I mean, it was
3, 4,
fourfold.
5, 6, 7,
Holy
8, 9. Oh my fucking god!
And you hear him cackle with laughter after that. Rise and defeat my enemies, scourge of life. Jalket, what do you do?
I move about 15 feet next to Kirame, grab my other axe,
Okay.
and then I move. I actually stand my ground next to Kirame at the ready
Okay.
for these skeletons to move towards us.
You could throw if you wanted to from here, or you're going to use your other axe to fight with hand to hand.
I'm gonna do hand to hand.
Okay, go ahead and move yourself up. And that's right. I had already let you. Jalket's done. I'll give you a +2 to your AC for next turn, for being ready to take an action. Talon goes. Talon attacks. Stick's not there. What's this? Hits. Oof. 8 points. And, oh, come on now. I'm on the wrong layer. That's why I can't do anything. He goes to the ground and falls. Talon swings forth his spike ball and chain, spins it around, whacks him on the side of the head, and the right left side of his face just caves in almost to the right. Blood and brains come squirting out of the other side, and he collapses to the ground.
Nice.
No, I can't get it. Okay. Talon's done. Ian.
Ian, this guy's still alive, but he's fleeing, so he's not much of a threat.
Yeah, they're all running. This guy's kind of limping a bit. I mean, he's not hitting the legs or anything, but he's really hurt badly, so he's doing kind of a shuffling run.
It moves 30 feet forward.
Okay.
And shoots his crossbow at this skeleton ring.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your to hit. Everything's
Yes,
well lit,
sir.
backlit by the crystals, so I'll give you a +2 to hit.
I'm down
8.
3.
Yep, an 8. It does not hit. It goes right through him. Passes right between his rib bones. Sir Nicodemus.
So Nicodemus finally makes his way into the beginning of the bowling alley after being carried by the back lineman for the Rams of LA. I don't know. I was trying to make a fantasy football reference.
It works.
Anywho.
It works.
We don't care about football. We're nerds.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna go for dead guy in the lead there.
Okay. With your crossbow? Or short? Is it a crossbow or short bow?
With my short bow.
Short bow. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm a short man with a short bow. That I'm gonna assume hits with a 24.
Yep. Certainly does. Roll your damage and then cut it in half. So it does.
What?
It does 3 points of damage as the piercing arrow passes mostly through it, chipping some bone.
Not much to grab onto. Yeah.
Right.
All right. That is, well, so here's my thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
I've taken my action to attack.
Yep.
I've taken my movement.
Yep.
But seeing these skellies in front, I'm thinking I want to go melee.
Okay.
So how much action do I need to drop my short bow and draw my weapon?
As long as you're dropping the short bow, no problem. You drop the short bow and draw out your sword or whatever weapon you use.
Okay.
I
will be going rapier.
Okay.
Now I do have 2 blades, so do I have to do 2 separate?
No, you can get them both out. It's not a problem. In D&D 5e, they're very friendly about that stuff.
I will be in melee next round. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. You bet. Sir Nicodemus is on Calamore.
I'm going to use my full movement to be able to get to here.
Okay.
And I am going to ready an action. If a skeleton enters within my melee range, I'm going to hit it with my battle axe.
Okay.
I'm
Sounds good. Sounds good to me. Let me roll their initiative.
God damn it, I spell axe like a British person and I feel fucking horrible.
Scroll! Buddy, what are you going to do?
So these are starting to come out of the ground? Is that
No, they came up out of the ground last turn. Technically, they're supposed to be able to be summoned and attack that same turn. I think that's a bit ridiculous. So they just rose up out of the ground and take their ready stance and look at you with these hollow pits of eyes with a faint yellowish tinge inside. Faint feral yellow light.
You gotta move 3 feet if you want to melee attack them.
Am I in melee range?
Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah, you bet.
No. Okay. No. I'm not saying if I can. I don't want to be.
Oh, right.
Really, am I?
Yeah, they'll. If you were to back up the limit of your movement, they would probably not be able to reach you in the soft regolith.
Alright. So then I'm going to go 10 feet.
Okay.
Can I...
You can attack Kellen now. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you've got a bit of the lip. The best point to attack him from would be right here, but I think you can get there on this turn if you went there instead of where you went. I think you could reach it. Then you won't have that lip between you and him. Remember, he's down below you, so right now he's kind of shadowed from you.
So I can see him.
Ish.
Or no.
Yeah, because you see, you're passing right through the flat area ahead of you, and he's down below that, so he's technically undercover from you. But if you were to go here,
I don't
that
need,
takes that
I don't
problem.
need to know about cover. I just need to know, can I see him? To cast a spell, can I see him?
Yeah. I'm going to say no. You have to move up to there first.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm not there. I'm still back here.
Okay. All right. You're very
All right,
close.
So then, since I can see these, I'm going to cast it at them.
Okay. What are you doing? What are you casting?
Toll the Dead.
Toll the Dead. Okay. Necromancy 8, Wisdom DC 3. Coming right up. Wisdom DC.
Are you casting it as a single skeleton or the group?
I think it's just one target, isn't it? Could you...
It's a cantrip. It's just one person.
Yeah. Okay. It failed the check. How much damage did he take?
8 necrotic.
All right. His bones start getting pitted. Let's see. 8 damage. Start to get pitted and rotted through as it starts to decay. And you see him... one of his leg bones kind of snaps as he starts to meander forward to you. Kirame, nicely done.
Alright, I'm going to move up 15 feet, because that's half movement, my full movement with the ground. And then I'm going to shoot my bow past the skeletons and in for Kellum.
Okay, no problem. Go for it.
Not good.
You shoot and you miss him. You impact into... There's a ton of crystals and crystal shards in here. The pulsating has stopped, but you hear the arrow tink off of one of the crystals. Ding!
And
Kellen goes.
yeah, that's it.
Kellen says a word you don't understand, slaps his hands together, and as his hands come apart, this beam of green light shoots straight up into the sky. You remember Lord of the Rings when the Nazgul gave the cry to leave Cirith Ungol? And that green beam that shoots up? It's similar to that. Not quite that big, of course, but similar to that. This big green beam shoots straight up into the sky. And you hear an answering scream from the southeast. A high piercing screech. Kind of echoes across the battlefield.
Just nothing to worry about. I am sure we are fine.
Jalket.
Alright.
Said nobody in the party.
Said nobody.
Nobody.
I move up to about striking distance.
Mm-hmm.
So right about here.
Yep.
And so as I have two axes, can I use both of them at the same time, or use one and then use the other?
Do you have 2 weapon fighting?
I have 2 weapon fighting, yes.
Yes.
Everybody has it as a default, pretty much.
Okay.
I think,
So-
but I think it's a -2 on the second hit.
Okay.
So it's without the modifier second hit.
Oh, it's without the modifier. Thank you. Yeah.
And I have an AC 2 this round, you said previously?
Yes.
Okay, so first I'm going to roll,
A crit hits. So you do... well, you hit with both of them. The first one was 8 slashing damage. Roll again on the hand axe damage, please.
Okay.
Just hit the purple button. Right? So it does 16 damage. And then you hit it again. Roll the damage one more time. Wow. You come through. You hit the skull off of it just above the shield. The other one scrapes, or not scrapes, cuts into the bones of the right leg, shearing it off at the knee. And then you bring both axes down straight in over the shield again as it's dropping into the shoulders, thus shattering the clavicle, and the bones just kind of collapse, and the whole thing falls to the ground in a pile of bones.
Okay.
Damn.
So AC2, what does that do for me? Do I get a second action now?
No, the AC bonus was because you were taking a defensive stance.
Okay.
So the end of your turn, you had a +2.
Okay.
So no, that's as far as I know. That's your action.
Okay.
So nicely done, Jalket.
Go.
Talon goes. Talon moves forward 60 feet. Well, he moves forward to there anyway.
Dashes forward. Got it.
Dashes forward. Yep. He dashes forward to engage the skeletons before they get to his teammates. He gives a battle cry as he runs across, screaming, "Do not fear them! They may be the undead, but they will break like any other bone."
Beastin'.
Ian.
Far away of these bitches. No mercy for the slavers. Ian will drop his crossbow and ready his hammer.
Okay. You can do
He'll
that in
come
one
up.
action and still move. Yep, you can still hit him.
Yep, he's going to smack him with his fucking hammer.
Okay.
No mercy for slavers.
Let's see that roll. Oh, a critical. Holy shit. All right. So you did 3 plus the crit. Why is it only saying 4 damage?
Because it's 1d4ing.
Oh, right. All right. 1d4
So
plus
I
4, 8.
maxed out on the crit, and I maxed out on crit. So let me re-roll that again.
Yep.
So that's going to be 4 plus 3. That's 7 total damage.
Plus
not
your
including my fire.
plus in right, the fire's on it, right?
Am I able to bonus cast that?
I'm not
That's a
sure.
good question. Let me check.
It's worth looking.
-1 action.
Okay. All right. So you smack into it. You hear bones cracking. Oh wait. Oh, that's that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I still hear his fucking skull crack.
Yeah, I forgot to move it last time, but that's okay. Yeah, you hear bones crack as you hit into him. He's screams in pain. I yield.
With 7 bludgeoning damage to the head. All right, I like it.
He took it, but he ain't happy about it.
You are my prisoner, my slave, if you will.
That look terrifies him.
Him yielding.
That look terrifies him. Roll me a d20.
And
Higher the just in roll 20. Roll a d20, and the higher the number, the more significant the moment.
14.
This was one of the slavers who was fairly unkind to you and your friends. He wasn't the worst by any stretch, but he was definitely worse than average. Meanwhile, we go to the skeletons. This skeleton's going to attack Talon. Misses. This skeleton attacks Ian. Misses. This skeleton attacks
They kind
Talon.
of fucking suck, bro.
Yeah, they're not doing too well right now. Oh, you had to say it, didn't you?
Didn't it?
You freaking crits me. Unreal.
Always wait until after their turn to say how bad they're doing.
Right?
There's a shit ton of crits in this fucking action.
Yeah, there are.
I'm not gonna lie. Holy fuck.
Yeah. A lot of greens. A lot of green. I like the green.
Talon kind of
How
cries out in pain as he gets hit, and then the third one comes up and hits him.
How much damage did that skeleton do to
He
Talon?
did 9 points.
What kind?
Slashing. And then
Cool.
this one comes in and misses. All right, that's those two. This one steps in to attack Kirame and misses horribly. This one comes up and attacks Jalket.
Oof.
14, does that hit you? What's your AC?
11.
Okay, so it hits you for, looks like 3 points of damage. Meh.
Okay.
All right, then up here, this skeleton comes over. I think he can actually make it. This one cannot. This one's over here. So you only have one attacking you.
All right.
Scrawl. Oh, God, that was almost a 1. What's your armor class?
17.
Holy cow. I take it you have a +3 dex? Or a plus... Yeah, plus... What's your dexterity?
18.
Damn.
So it's 13 plus 4.
Yeah, that is amazing. He misses you. He doesn't even really come close. It's over your head and about maybe 8 inches away from you. Doesn't even really come in close. Sir
He thinks
Nicodemus.
he's attacking a human.
Yeah. Sir
Everyone
Nicodemus.
point and laugh. It's Nicodemus' turn.
Yep, Sir Nicodemus.
Alright, so looking at these skeleton creatures, Sir Nicodemus has his blades in hand. I know not what gods you worshipped on this earth while you were alive, but know ye this, the god Demphor will be your end. That's my attempt at intimidation.
Okay.
Turn on
I
deck.
like
Turn
you.
on deck. Turn on deck.
I don't think he can yet.
Level 1, I don't have it yet.
Yep.
So
His-
that's how I'm going to get there. The one.
Okay, what kind of weapon are you attacking with?
So the first attack is going to be a rapier.
Okay.
It is a French sword, called a rapier.
Oui, oui, mon cher. Mon ami.
That is an 11.
You go right through it. It does not seem to do any damage to it. You kind of pass through a couple of ribs and miss the spine as you jab in and jab out. Go ahead and roll your other attack.
And then the second attack is the found scimitar.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I am not doing it now. That's a 13.
Okay, but with the minus, you don't hit. You don't get your bonus, I mean, at least. Well, yeah, so you will hit. Go ahead.
Well, no,
Very
the
damage.
2 hit is still the same. It's just
It's
the proficiency in the damage is less.
Yes.
Your offhand does less damage.
Yep.
Right, I
So,
rolled max damage, so that's 6.
yep, and cut in half, that's 3 minus what for the second hand? You said it rolls less damage? So it's just that. It takes 3.
It's
Got
just
it.
a 6.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just takes
so
3.
take 3 damage.
Okay. You chip away at some bones. Calamore.
I'll move up in between Jalket and Kirame,
Okay.
and I'm gonna attack that one.
Okay, go for it.
What are you attacking with?
Let's
Great
see.
axe.
He
Oh,
misses. Got it.
roll a
And that's a
d20.
crit
Yep,
1.
it's a fumble. Yep, roll a d20. The higher the number, the worse it is. $13. Your weapon gets caught in between its shoulder and some of the scrap armor that it has, and as you pull back, it gets yanked out of your hand. It's just kind of hanging off it. You dropped your weapon. Scrawl.
Alright, so if I kind of sidestepped, am I on the edge of this
Yep.
crater?
Yep, you can see
Okay.
Kellen now. He's looking up in the air expectantly.
Tapping his foot, checking his watch.
That's right. Come on now. What you doing to him, Scrawl?
Well,
Don't tell me magic.
Huh?
Don't tell me you're doing magic.
Magic!
Magic.
I'm actually going to stab the shit out of the skeleton in front of me.
Oh, okay. With what weapon?
I have 2 daggers that I picked up.
2 daggers. Okay, go for it.
Yep. So it is action and bonus action
Yes.
for 2 weapon fighting.
Yep.
All right. So 1, 2.
Okay, the second one hits. Go ahead and roll the damage. And cut in half is 4.
Cut in half.
Yep. It's resistant to slashing and piercing damage.
Gotcha. Yeah, 'cause skeletons.
Yep. So you cut it in it, and again, you chipped some bones, you cut away a little bit of armor, and some wispy pieces of flesh that are still there. Karame.
I would like to try and run past the skeleton.
Let's see.
If
All
that's
right.
a possibility.
You'll
Attack
have
of
to run through
opportunity.
here. There'll be 2 attacks of opportunity because you'll have to pass through this spot here. Also, Sir Nicodemus is kind of, Calamor is kind of standing in that way. There's Jalket, Calamor, yourself, all in the kind of same area. So charging through him makes it
Sir
rough terrain.
Nicodemus will never be an obstacle to anyone.
Just walk
So
over.
it'll be rough terrain for you to go through, going through an opponent. So with the rough terrain you already have, you're only going to be able to get just to the other side of him, and you will provoke an attack of opportunity.
That's fine. I'll just walk to the other side of him.
Okay. Using
So
everything
about
you
there.
can. Okay. If you go that far to the left, you'll get another attack of opportunity from this guy. So you'll wanna hug
I mean,
this
I'd like
side.
to, yeah.
Yeah. Minimize that incoming potential.
Is it 1 or 2 attacks of opportunity?
He's only going to take 1 because of where he went. And misses him. Completely.
All right.
Okay.
And then I'd like to continue going for Kellen. I'd like to try and shoot his feet or his legs and go
Okay.
for something non-lethal.
Sure. Disadvantage if you're going to be firing at something specific.
How about
Nice.
18?
Nice hit. Yeah, you hit him. Roll
And
your
then I
damage.
will be using my favored foe ability as a ranger, so I can increase the damage by 1d4.
Humans are your favorite foe?
No, it's alternative ranger feature. Instead of having a one specific thing, it's just the Tasha's Cauldron of everything.
Ah,
When I hit a creature with attack, I'll just do that.
okay. First of all, Mystic Bond with the Nature Mark.
Got him.
Yep. So you got him.
So there's that. So 9 plus the 10 damage to the leg.
Okay. He takes a hit to the leg. He's not very happy about that.
And that's it for me.
And that would black out his limb, wouldn't it?
Well, it definitely sticks in him.
He ain't walking no time soon. He took an arrow to the knee!
He's a bit unhappy about it. But he doesn't seem to drop. Okay, there we go. Oops. Nope. That's what I want. All right. But he doesn't seem to drop. And at that point, there's a large deafening screech that comes over the valley. Everybody give me a will save, target difficulty 14.
Sorry, you mean wisdom?
Wisdom, sorry. Sorry, wrong game system.
Ugh.
8. Pitch over the valley. Party rolled wisdom save.
So we got a wisdom save of 8. 17. Nicodemus, you're fine. Ian, we have to take the first one, right? Because it's... Or do you get an advantage on it?
Nope. It's the first one. I actually rolled twice. First one.
No worries. All right, so Jalket and Ian fail. Nicodemus succeeds. Who else do we need to roll here? Oh, wisdom save. Kirame failed.
Yeah, I'm actually going to use my inspiration and try again with that.
Okay, you bet. All right, that works. So
If I
Kirame
use an
succeeds.
inspiration, I can reroll.
What was that?
If I use an inspiration, I can reroll.
Yes.
Yep, use an inspiration.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
Never mind.
that's all right. That's all right. Who do we have? I think we're one shy. Who hasn't rolled yet? There we go. Scrawl,
Okay.
19, perfect. Coming over the top in a foul wind that you hear and feel as it comes down, a giant wyvern comes out of the down out of the sky at the dark and lands right in front of Kellen, who uses his turn to try and start scrambling up on top of it.
Okay.
With much beating of the wing as it comes down.
Can you, Sir DM, can you go through the names and tell me who succeeds and fails besides Nicodemus, Ian, and Jalcat? I already have those written down.
Well, it's easier for me to tell you who saves. Kirame saves, and Sir Nicodemus saved.
Okay.
And
I thought
Ian
Skrull
Sunsor.
saved.
Ian Sunsor saved,
19.
and Skrull saved.
Hold on. I think I still need to do one too, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Wisdom.
Yep. Oh, and Kellamore saved. So the only one who failed is Jalcat.
And
Oh,
Ian.
shit.
And Ian. So Jalcat and Ian, you are stunned this turn from the sheer fear of this thing coming over the top of you and coming through. The stench, the terror of the size of the thing, how fierce it looks. It's got this nasty stinger off the back of it that glistens in the moonlight, and the green light bathes it, making it look even creepier. And then it lands down next to Kellen, and Kellen starts to scramble up on top of it. Jalket, what do you do? Oh, Jalket is stunned this round.
Stunned.
Talon didn't roll. Hang on. Talon makes it. Talon is in fight for his life with 3 skeletons. He doesn't have time for that thing.
Should Kellen make a wisdom saving throw?
Kellen, no, he's the one that summoned it. He
Oh.
is expecting this. Talon, Morningstar. But it's piercing damage, unfortunately. So, only takes half. Although I think a ball and chain, even with spike, should be crushing damage as well. But, screw it. That's going to be a house roll, because it should.
How much damage are you going to say he does?
He does 5.
Okay.
He should have done more, but we'll come to that next game session. I would think.
Ian skips turn.
Yep, Ian skips turn. Skeletons go.
Nicodemus has his turn. And skeletons.
Yeah,
Sorry.
skeletons have to go first. Let me put this underneath. Okay. Skeleton attacks at Skrull.
Okay.
I'm going to assume that all skeletons do slashing damage.
Yes, they do. Yep.
Okay.
So, Levin, and you're it's a far cry from your armor class here. The other skeleton comes up and attacks at you as well.
Okay.
And that one hits the other skeleton for... Oops. Critical... Let's see...
Critical, but it's another skeleton. Critical. Yep. Nice.
Yep. So that's 7, 9, 10, 11. This one comes running up and swings at you. You, again, only have to duck just a little bit, and then it shatters the other skeleton. Just crushes it.
And how much damage are we talking?
It did 14. minus. Well, sorry, it's cut in half, so 7. But he had already taken damage and was down to 1 hit point, so he just shatters it.
Cool.
Okay. Meanwhile, the skeleton's over on. We'll take the one on Ian first.
How much am I being
That one
punished?
hits. Yeah, Ian, you take 5 points of damage. Now on to Talon. 1, 2, 3. And Talon has an armor class of 16, so the last 2 hit.
Okay, so 2 skeletons
Yep.
hit.
You have 1 for 8, and the other one for 7, so 15 points of damage. Yeesh.
Hits.
Talon.
Yep. Healing.
Talon actually buckles down to 1 knee as these things just start wailing on him, and Talon's doesn't have his shield out, so he's not getting his full bonus here, and he's just trying to keep him off of him, but you can just tell they're slicing into him back and forth. Ian, your turn. Right,
Real quick.
Yep.
Real quick. On Talon's turn, have you been giving the wolf Mahavra's movement?
No, he finished worrying that, so we'll have him move this turn, and he's definitely going to be running over to
He
engage.
should probably run to Talon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he is. Yeah,
He was just eating a body, getting some extra food.
Just worrying it. It was only 12
If we want to
seconds.
just have him rush over there and just start his attacks next turn.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure he wasn't forgotten in the turn order.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Nicodemus, your turn.
Oh, another foul beast has entered the prey, friends. Do not allow that cleric to leave. Of course, still gotta kill skellies, so melee up. Come on, DDB. Okay, that's gotta be a hit. That is a 23 to strike with the rapier.
That is a hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Misses.
Yeah. Okay, so he takes 2 points. Are you attacking with the offhand weapon?
Point base. Yep, I gotta get rid of the skelly.
Get him.
That's
a miss.
10 to hit.
That's a miss. Swing and a miss. Okay.
Right.
Calamore, bring it on home.
Yes. So, the skeleton, is he dead now? He's the one under Kirame?
No.
Or did Kirame move around him?
Yeah, he is still alive. Yeah, he moved through him and around him. So there's 2 still alive, or still in action.
Okay, okay.
Alive is relative.
I guess I'm gonna try to grab my axe from the skeleton, and then that'll most likely be my action, right?
No. I'll go ahead and give it to you. These things are pretty dumb.
Alright, I'll...
Tell you what, just to make it fair, go ahead and give me a dex save. Your difficulty is 12. If you get above that, you rip the axe back out of it and get it.
Would that deal damage on the way out?
No.
Okay.
Dex.
If it was a human, maybe. So it does take your action to get your axe back.
Alright, well, that's...
But you have it. Unless you want to just, go into, tackle it or something, or do your physical damage, fist or things like that.
Nah, I'll grab my axe and then run as far as I can towards the dragon.
Okay.
Take an opportunity attack.
Yeah, you can get there about 15 feet, so you'll be able to strike at its tail. Yep. Oh, wait, but moving through and attacking, you get an attack of opportunity by both skeletons. Moving through them. You still want to do it?
Both skeletons?
Yeah, because you're passing right in between both of them. Within their reach.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Short sword. 15, does that hit you?
Yeah, AC's 14.
Okay, you take 6, 7, 8 points of damage, And the other one swings and also hits you for 6 points of damage. That's a tough round.
I'm at 1 HP.
Okay. Yeah, you're pretty brutalized as you came through there, and they both got a good slashes on you on either side of you when you charge through. You're hurting, but you get your attack on the wyvern.
What does he roll?
Well, yeah, for the attack on the wyvern. Go ahead and give the roll.
Sir DM, who is Baron Yeager?
Oh, is he on? Is Baron Yeager on
Yeah.
here?
Yeah, he's on the map.
Where? see it.
No idea. It shows him logged in on the map. I just want to know if he's just watching or not.
Actually, she's at work, so I think she just forgot to log out. So, thank you.
It happens.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
does Calamore roll damage now?
Well,
He has to roll to
Calmore
hit.
attack.
He has to roll to hit first.
No, Calamore. Where'd he go?
I'm not sure. Oh, wait, he said he had to go AFK. We'll get back to that one.
No, that's Jalcat. Jalcat went AFK,
No.
but Jalcat's back.
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was me.
Gotcha.
But where did Callamore go?
He might have went to handle one of his kids.
Yeah, it sounded like it. Well, we'll go back to him. Make sure we just remind me that he gets an attack on the wyvern. After all of that, after all that trauma he took to get there, I won't deny him. Skrull, it's your turn.
So while I was standing on the edge up here,
Yep.
did he, before he tried to move towards this, you said it was a wyvern?
Yeah, it's a wyvern. I mean, you guys don't
Wait.
know what it is necessarily unless you make a nature roll.
Pause.
Pausing.
Callamore's headset died.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep. Give him a second. He'll be back up and ready, and we can roll.
Roger that.
Okay. I found my wire. I'm back.
Nice. Welcome
I
back.
missed the past 2 minutes. Sorry.
You're good.
Sorry.
You're good. You have an available attack on the wyvern, and all you have to do is roll a hit.
Where am I? Great axe here.
Crit.
Did you really? Holy shit. All right. Nice. Roll your damage.
12.
Wow, that's a nice hit.
Roll the second one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one more damage.
Roll. Yep, roll damage again.
Actually, hold on. 12 plus.
No.
So it does
roll,
2
roll.
d12s.
Oh, does it do 2d12? So it does
Yep.
34? No, it does 1d12 plus 4.
Yep.
Which would... that makes sense since it would double up your
Right.
thing. So it comes out to 8 plus 4, which is...
12.
What, 12? Okay,
Yep.
so he does 12 critical. Then he needs to reroll his crit, and it does up again.
Yep.
1 second. I believe I get to add one more as well.
You get to roll
So
again.
it's critical as a half orc. I get to
Ooh.
roll one more of my weapon die.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Damn.
nice. You get to roll 3 times.
That's crazy.
That's what it did.
All right.
So 12.
21 point.
9,
12,
1.
the 3 was the crit, the 4 was the extra d12. It already rolled it for you.
Did it?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
all in one bubble.
So that is what 8 plus 4,
It's 18.
So it's
18.
19 total.
Or
19 total. Okay.
Okay.
Math wrong.
Oh, okay. I'm seeing how that works now. Okay.
Okay.
Kind of fucking weird, bro.
You nailed him pretty hard. You put a big cut on the armor, and you see some of the armor crack, and a little bit of greenish ooze starts to come through the crack. and it cries out in anger and whips its tail around. Scrawl.
All right. So before he you said he's trying to climb up onto this thing. I'm
Correct.
assuming he's trying to like escape.
Yeah, and he's on the other side of the wyvern from you, so you can barely see him. You know where he is, though.
So is he currently climbing on the thing?
It probably, yeah. Like I said,
Okay.
he's kind of the wyvern's between you and him, so you can't really tell what he's doing. But you're assuming he's getting up.
Oh, good. All right. So before he got up there, did I see him try to pack anything up for his ritual here?
No, you didn't. Well, give me a perception test.
Okay.
If you get a 15 or better, I'll let you know something. Let's see. 12.
Oh.
Close.
Okay. I can't see him either. Shit. All right. Well then, I'm just gonna have to. I'm just gonna have to toll the dead the skeleton in front of me because I can't see him or anything he tried to grab.
Okay. Yeah, it's either the wyvern or the skelly. Okay. What are you gonna do to the skelly?
Did this skeleton take damage? Did this skeleton take damage at all?
Let's see. No.
Okay. Switch that. Just toll the dead on him.
Okay.
So wisdom save.
Yep. Coming up. No, he does not save. How much damage?
8 necrotic.
Flat 8. Got it. All right. You heard it pretty bad. You see the bones rotting away, and again, like last time, getting pitted and scored and flaky. But it seems to have no reaction as far as that goes.
The skeleton does.
Kirame.
Well, I'm going to continue focusing on Kellen, and I'd like to still get to a point where I can shoot him. If I can shoot him from here, then I'll stay here. If not, I'd like to move up and shoot him.
You can shoot him, but it's at a disadvantage. But if you, that's right, yeah, you won't get an attack of opportunity. So, but you can shoot him at a disadvantage. He's mostly covered by the wyvern.
If I moved any closer, like around here, would it still be a disadvantage?
Yeah, it's just the size of the thing, and the wings flapping and all of that. You just can't see him much.
Well, I don't like being next to the skeleton, so I'm going to move there with the attack of opportunity.
The attack of opportunity already happened. You won't get.
Oh yeah, the skeleton already used reaction, huh?
Yeah.
All right. In that case, I'm just gonna shoot Kellen.
Okay.
Again.
Roll disadvantage. Yep.
14.
14.
Yeah.
Let's see. That's with disadvantage.
Yep.
Yeah.
You hit.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
And that is 5 piercing damage plus the favored foe, so that's 6 piercing.
6 piercing total. Okay.
Yep.
He cries out in pain, ah! But finishes mounting, and the wyvern takes off, and a big beat of wings and dirt and debris goes flapping around. See, swirling around as he takes off, and you hear him say,
"Attack of opportunity, that tail."
You hear, sure, go ahead.
Come on, Calamore, you can do this.
I would like to punch the tail.
You would like to punch the tail.
Can I go ahead and punch the tail?
Sure, you can go ahead and punch the tail. Look at that. He hit him with a great axe. 4 points.
Okay. 14 damage?
You hit, 14 damage? I thought it was 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
21 to hit and 14
Okay.
for...
The damage, yeah. That 4 was my unarmed attack.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. Unarmed attack misses, axe hits him, and draws more blood. It screams and flashes it at you, but instead of going as far as he was going to, he's only about 50 feet in the air now. But he doesn't attack. You can tell that Kellen is fighting to keep the thing under control. It probably wants to lash out at you, but he's fighting it for control. But he's about 50 feet up in the air now. And you hear, "None shall stop the rebirth of Calathos." whose rise will break the world anew. You cannot stop me, and I will remember. I will remember you.
Dim4 tells me that Kellen did not do an animal handling on that wyvern.
Yeah, good luck at that.
Yeah.
I just chronicled Kellen gives a monologue.
Right. Oh, thanks. Yeah, there you go.
Fuck you, Kellen.
Yeah, Kellen went blah 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 again.
Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah,
All right.
blah, blah.
Okay. At that point, I mean, you guys can take some pot shots up there at it, but I'll let you know that Wyvern's down to 88 health.
We ain't going to do too much.
You get one round to take this thing out with ranged weaponry if you want to. Try.
It's all up the fucking jowl cat.
Do the skeletons collapse as Kellen leaves, or are they still going to be active?
Technically, I was going to go into Theater of the Mind after this. As he goes away, the skeletons are going to crumble.
Okay.
Okay.
So
But-
this is an attack of opportunity as he flees, basically, for us.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
I don't suppose I could still aim for Kellen.
That would be such a hard shot because you just can't see much of him at all.
Alan will shoot his crossbow.
But can I still do it? Even if it's only a nat 20 I get hit, I won't do it.
Okay, go ahead. Throw me a nat 20, but it's at disadvantage.
9.
What?
Alright, hold on.
You just can't see him. It's just
Ian's knocked off.
So
arrows go
Did,
flying.
Kellen already get his move that he's flying away.
Yeah, basically the thing flies on
Okay.
Kellen's turn.
So
He's-
I will ignore these skeletons. Is it my turn, by the way?
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I mean,
I am-
like I said, we're going to Theater of the Mind, so just tell me what you want to do.
So
Initially.
as he's flying away, I am dual wielding 2 hand axes. I'm gonna throw one at a time
Okay,
at the wyvern's head.
okay.
So let's see.
Are you
here.
actually doing a called shot to the wyvern's head?
Yes.
Okay, disadvantage, go ahead.
There we go.
Well,
So that's 1 axe.
let's see. Yep, 6 and a 22, or a 22 and 7. What is this? What's... Oh, that's the
Yeah,
damage. I
damage.
see. You rolled it. So 22 and 17. All right, you hit with one of them. And you fumbled with the other one. So
Snap.
you throw one in and hit the dragon or the wyvern in the head, and you throw the other one into the ground.
Okay. Well, how much damage did that do to it?
Whatever your normal attack is, and then some cosmetic stuff that's going to happen. The wyvern is going to have a hard time not coming back down to eat you.
Calamar
You
is
have
gonna
got its
throw
attention.
both of his hand axes as well.
Okay, go for it. Let it rip. Let's see, that was 9 damage. Okay. On the
Oh, that was damage. My bad.
yeah,
Wrong
that's,
one.
that's all right. Go ahead and roll for the other hits on the wyvern.
21 and 19.
God, I'm having X's.
Don't forget, it's a disadvantage if you're trying to hit the head, or are you just trying to hit the dragon? I mean, the
I'm
wyvern.
just trying to hit the dragon.
Okay, yeah, you hit him then.
Okay.
With both or one?
Let's see. You needed a 14 to hit it.
So yeah, both hit 19 and a 21.
Yep.
Okay,
That'd be
well damage.
15 damage.
15 total.
That's 15 damage for both of them. Yeah,
Okay.
7 and an 8.
Yeah.
Nice.
Man,
No, because
You
that
guys are-
wyvern's got to be angry.
he is definitely angry. Let me figure something
that it?
out here. Almost.
Longbows, crossbows.
I dropped my short bow.
And I dropped my heavy crossbow. Callan manages to keep control of it, and it flies off. As it flies off, a great wind comes in from the northeast, and all the trees flare around you, then start burning brightly at the tops. And the wyvern flies off to the southwest. what do you guys do in the immediate aftermath? As it flies out of the crater area and gets over the trees, which happens pretty quickly, the wyvern can move pretty quick. The skeletons kind of start shuddering, shaking, and then they collapse to the ground in a pile of bones and armor bits.
Ian is going to immediately jump into arresting and tying the slaver he has at his mercy up.
Okay. You got it.
Sir Nicodemus is going to put his blades away, go to the short bow, and seek out Sir Talon.
Okay.
Is this slaver bleeding by chance?
Is the slaver bleeding? Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
He's got an
Ian
arrow
will
sticking
also-
through him.
Ian will also cast Green Flame Blade on his hammer, and he will cauterize his wounds.
Oh, interesting. That's going to be a very delicate procedure. Give me a medicine check.
I don't think he's trying to do it clean.
I'm not trying to do it clean, big buddy.
No, just
I'm
trying not to.
make it funny.
Just trying not to kill him. Okay, you managed not to kill him.
Talmor would like to go up to any of the ones that has healed him before or he's seen heal, and just kind of like show the two giant slashes across his chest and be like, I'm having
Yeah.
trouble,
Could I have some help?
currently.
Okay. Talon also kind of just, as the things collapse around him, he kind of just sinks down to one knee, breathing hard, kind of drops his Morning Star and then drops his shield off his back as well, and just is gasping for breath. He's taken some really hard hits.
Being the closest will notice this and run over and give him a healing potion.
Oh, okay. Oh, he thanks you. Roll 2d4 plus 3, and let's see how many you give him.
Yeah, sure. Shit, I already deleted it. Okay.
That's all right.
2d4 plus 3, you said?
Yep.
8.
Okay, 8. Thank you very much. He is very happy. Much healthier. He was actually down to 7 hit points. Which is a lot.
And took care of Talon. Who did I see? Was it Calamore that was severely wounded?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
I've got 1 HP.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's
Okay,
near death's
I've
door.
given you my potion, and that'll be 7 points of healing to
Not bad.
Calamore.
Your wounds heal over. Luckily, you don't have anything sticking in you or out of you for the wound to heal around. So you've healed the full points and feel much better after a minute or so. Yeah.
Awesome. And if I see anyone investigating, I will assist them.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to start searching the bodies once I know Talon is good.
The bodies aren't really going to have anything on them. They left camp, and most of their stuff was left in camp. They just brought their weapons and their armor with them.
I meant his ceremony area. Because I assume he probably had something some little thing set up.
Yeah, there's some dust. There looks like there's been a circle with some symbols inscribed in it that he was probably kneeling in. You can kind of tell from the dirt and the way it's formed. You also see a large crystalline structure about as big as your torso that is cracked open, and it looks like there was something inside of it because there's a kind of a hollow out section that's about as big as your fist.
Damn.
And at this point, Sir Nicodemus, roll me a perception test, please.
Oh, standing. No whammies, no whammies. No bueno. That's a 10.
That's a 10. You sense something. You're not sure what. You just feel like I'm missing something. There's something.
Well, if I use an action, I can cast Detect Good or Evil.
Okay.
And, well, I'd like to do that and see if it leads me anywhere.
You sense it grows rapidly, a growing sense of good. like overwhelmingly so. Like if you're staring at a light that has a dimmer on it, and then they suddenly turn it up, you get that kind of flash effect, right, of this bright light. That's kind of how you're feeling right now. Your senses are a little overwhelmed. I need everybody but Sir Nicodemus to give me a perception test, please. Your target difficulty is 14. All right, Kirame.
Oh, nice. Woo.
Jalket.
Fuck.
Oh, look at that.
That's a surprise, huh?
It's because you've got Sir Nicodemus's luck because you took his healing.
The wolf starts crying out in a kind of a growling, not a chuffing sound, but then starts. I know that wolves don't really bark, but it starts making some kind of a chittering sound.
Gather around the wolf, boys. I don't think this is over yet.
Starts scruffing its neck. Ian, I thank you. I thank you, my friend, for coming to my aid. I was afraid those skeletons were going to be the death of me. And then I need to make his roll too. Perception.
Of course.
Perception.
You have saved my life, dear Ryder. And I am in debt for you.
Nay, there is no debt amongst friends well met on the road.
Nay, my friend, my dear Ryder, my sir, my savior, you have saved all of us from this gang of slavers. We are all in debt for not only your gratitude towards us, but your honor to save those in need.
Then I say this unto you. You may buy me a beer at every tavern we cross for the next year and a day, and I will call the debt repaid.
Consider it done, my friend.
He gives you a raw smile. And then those of you who made your perception roll, you notice something in the sky, some light that's getting brighter and brighter. And it's not just the flames now that are licking up at the top quarter of the trees around you, giving you a sense of urgency.
No.
But you look up and you see this silvery light getting brighter and brighter. And soon, down from the heavens, this silvery light shoots down and to a spray of silvery light on the ground, and suspended about 10 feet above the ground is a figure of celestial divinity. You see this hovering above the earth, only instead of two swords in one hand, he has a large golden necklace with a thick golden necklace with a large silver medallion in front of it. And he says, as he appears in this burst of light, "Be still, children of Talene. For while you could not stop the foul priest from fleeing upon his fell steed, I come unto thee from the highest of heavens to aid thee against a great evil that is now abroad in the land of Talene. You have been chosen by the divine gods themselves to face this evil and see it destroyed. Your courage and your valor has been well seen. Behold, I am the messenger of Deb Foe, and have come to implore you to aid this world in its time of need. If Calathos is released, a darkness shall fall upon the land that will make all that man has wrought laid low. Take this, and follow the dark priest. Retrieve the shard and secure the gem, for it is through these gems that Calathos shall return. Go now, for time is short." And as he releases his left hand, the necklace starts to slowly descend the 10 feet to the ground. What do you all do?
Well, oh, fuck, here we go again.
Ian, being the smart one of the group, is going to immediately, because he believes there is some sort of lore knowledge attached to this necklace. Ian, if there was a sexuality for lore, for like just knowledge, Ian's sexuality is that. He believes there is some sort of backstory or a story to tell about this. and he wants to be the one to tell about it. He's going to be the one that snatches that fucking goddamn necklace.
Yeah. Okay. Does anybody else try to run in front of the halfling?
Well, no. So Sir Nicodemus, being the pious one, he would take a knee because something descended from the heavens. So he would take a knee, look up at this thing, and listen, but show respect in a pious manner.
I'm going to stand back. I'm not very trusting of this.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the human that wants to run after the necklace.
Gotcha.
I'm just gonna collect my axes and stand by for what danger awaits us.
Okay.
Scrawl has been ritually casting detect magic in this crater since he got down here.
Okay. No problem.
Scroll doesn't even notice.
Yeah. Does Skrull even notice this divine thing happening outside the crater?
Well, he can still hear and understand common, so
Yes.
he hears it speaking. So it's just some voice that's booming from above.
Right.
But he's performing the ritual, so his eyes are closed.
Okay. Fair enough. As this necklace, we'll call it a necklace right now, amulet descends down, whoever is out there reaching for it, as you take it, it's very warm. And you hear from on high, the angel hovering there says, "Take this, use it to follow Kalen. It will last but 7 of your days. After that, the chase is yours. Go now, for time is short."
What is it called?
And with that, he doesn't respond to that question. He then takes flight with a big burst of his wings that forces a shower of light to come down and kind of blast against the ground as he shoots up and turns into a bolt of silvery light and shoots back up into the heavens. He disappears into the dark clouds, lost in the red-tinged gloom from the fires that surround you.
Okay. I'm going to add unknown amulet to my equipment.
Okay.
So, what is it? What is it? What am I dealing with?
Okay. When the lights kind of fade around it, you're looking at it in the glowing equivalent of torchlight now, right? With the canyon, the rim of the crater that you're in and the rim of the valley is lit with burning trees. You see that it is a medallion that is about this big around, and it is made of thick silver, so it's probably about maybe almost 3/4 of an inch thick, and it has a slash per bend sinister, so it goes from the top right to the bottom left, and on the left hand side of the amulet is the holy symbol for Deb Foe. Let me describe it to you here.
Are you meant to have your camera on as you're describing this? Just wondering.
Me? Yeah.
Yeah, your camera's off.
Oh, what in the hell? Wow, your
camera's been off this entire time.
Man, you guys haven't seen any of the hand signals I've made. Nothing. Oh man. I have tried to be very descriptive with things, but evidently I'm a fuck up.
It happens.
I know.
It really happens. I'm gonna turn on my camera. Camera party, let's go.
On one side, on the left side, you see an eye that is made of a checkered blue and white, and with an open eyeball in the middle. Very similar to that, embossed in the silver. And then
the holy symbol
of Deb Foe.
How do I spell that?
DEB''FO.
FO, okay.
And the other side.
Which can you describe it again? I'm trying to.
Here, I'll just show it to you so you can see it and describe it how you want. There you go.
An eye with slashes.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't have handouts for this. I forgot to do
You're
it.
good.
So.
You're good.
And
it
then
feels light and warm. You said.
Yeah, it's warm, and the silver has a very a thick luster to it. It almost shines in the torchlight. Almost.
Does
It also has
does-
small beads all the way around the edge. Small little round beads that made of silver that are fused to it.
My camera is absolutely shitty.
Yeah, I noticed it just dropped you out. And then the other side has a kind of a silhouette of stars and a moon with a silvery moon with the clouds over the front. Similar to that.
Cool.
Anybody who is trained in religion can give me a religion roll. See, we have a paladin, but we don't have a cleric. Is that correct? We do not have a cleric.
No.
I
We have a
might
paladin.
not be trained in the religion, but I am a follower of Dead Foe.
Then you get to roll as well.
Ooh.
Nice.
And let me know if you
Did
get.
you say followers of Dead Foe get?
Yeah, they can get the roll as
That's
well.
good.
No, we just
That's
get
good. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's an 8 for me. Sorry, I already
Okay.
clicked it. So you'll see.
And Nicodemus, you
remember.
get to roll with advantage.
Well, even with advantage, I only get a 10.
Okay, fair enough. You
My
recognize
God doesn't know me.
anybody that got a 10 or better recognizes the holy symbol of the shimmering one. Those of you with 10 or better also know that the shimmering one is the wife of Deb Foe. Those of you with a 15 or better, so Calamore, you have never heard of two gods sharing the same holy symbol. I mean, the same holy symbol for multiple gods being on the same amulet, ring, tabard, nothing. It's always one god or the other. It's unheard of to have the two share the same space.
I'll definitely relay that to everyone as we're looking it over.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So
Hear you about that.
what do you all do now? I'm sure you're probably getting worried about the forest around you.
Get level
I
2
have
enemies
captured.
first kill.
I have captured a slaver. What shall we do with them? The slaver abused us, tortured us, and sent us down into hell and back with his actions. What say ye?
Well, first, we need to get out of these woods that are aflame, go back to our base camp with him, interrogate him for information.
Very well. I don't know if I can pick him up and throw him over my shoulder.
He can walk. He's not
If we
incapacitated.
let him,
So you can.
I'll take my spear and poke him. Get up, you! Get up! Get up, you! You're coming with
I'm
us.
up. I'm
You're
up.
coming
I'm
with
up.
us,
I'm
you.
up. I'm up. All right.
I kick him in the knee. No, you ain't. Get back up.
He tries to tackle you.
and
He tries to turn around and
you
tackle
do not need to go to their level. They treated us poorly, true, but we do not need to become them. We need to rise above them.
Very wise, Nick.
Inspiration die for you, sir.
Very wise.
Give me an athletics roll there, Ian.
Yeah, sure. Probably gonna fucking.
Yeah, as you kind of strike him in the back of the knee and whatnot, he turns around and tries to tackle you.
Well,
Says, "So
Well-
what'd you get? You got a
with
9."
my spear directly in front of me, pointed at him, I don't think that's a good idea for him.
Well, it's when you struck him with the butt of it, right? You said you were striking him in the back of the knee.
I kicked him right in the.
Oh,
right
you
in the
kicked
back
him.
of
All
the
right, yeah. So as you kick him, your spear point comes up. He turns around and tackles you. He tries to anyway, but you easily step aside as he starts to stumble past you. What do you do?
I just thought I should have.
Ian's going to tell him, get up.
Oh,
Get up.
he's up
Come
and
on.
moving.
Come with us.
He's moving past you. He's definitely gone aggressive again as you thumped him and whatnot.
Okay, this time, I drop the spear, take the hammer, and smack him in the arm. Just smack him. I'm just gonna smack him.
Okay. Subdual damage or lethal?
Non-lethal,
Okay.
preferably.
Is it still? Which item is it that had the flame? Is that yours?
My light hammer.
Yeah. All right. So that will be lethal. It can't be non-lethal.
Ooh, fuck.
But would you
You know
think?
what?
Would you think of it?
Ooh, that's the question. Would I think of it, or would I reaction? I mean, he's very
I think
intelligent.
it's that reaction.
He's very intelligent.
You're also very heated against a slaver.
That is true.
And it
He
also is kind of
very
a sur-
heated, and he wouldn't fucking think of it because he is extremely pissed.
Right. It's also a surprise action from him, right? You have him pretty much under control, but as soon as he realizes you guys are going to be treating him really harshly, and he deserves it, he's afraid. He's
Can I
just gonna-
attempt to smack him? No, he wouldn't. He would go in for the kill.
Okay. Give me a roll.
Yeah, smack him.
Ian would not go if he has somebody attacking him. Realistically, he's going to fucking kill them. He's just going to outright fucking kill them to
Okay.
protect his own life and those around.
Go
If
ahead
he-
and roll to hit.
He's going-
You need a 10 or better. He's off balance.
20.
Oh,
Well.
gosh.
2 plus 4, 6 damage.
Yep. You got a dirty 20. Okay. Your damage kills him. Right? You thump him, kind of intending as like you try and pull the blow. And you do successfully, right? You're going to whap him. You figure, okay, this will knock him unconscious. Whack! But the fire burns into his face and comes across his eyes, and they burst out from the sudden heat. His ear gets singed and burned by this green flame. His hair gets lit on fire, and you just smash the head down into the ground, and he just...
And as soon as Sir Nicodemus sees him getting ready to swing, I know I can't stop him.
Mhm.
As he's getting ready to swing, I'm going to start running and yelling, "Hey, no!" But the anger is already taken over Sunsore, and I can't get to him in time to stop this.
Right. And you could definitely tell that the guard was making a kind of a rushed move towards him.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so
I will-
he crushes.
I will check the guard. I know he's dead,
This'll-
but I'm still going to check him.
This will probably Ian's a special little guy. He's a special little guy. This will probably haunt him for the rest of his life. He just accidentally killed an unarmed man. This is gonna fucking haunt him. He's gonna have nightmares about this for the rest of his life.
Inspiration.
Probably.
Ian earns an inspiration die.
Is he super dead?
He's
His
yeah,
head
he's-
is like over there, and
yeah,
over there.
he's yeah.
Sorry, I've got a 2-year-old shoving a cow in my face.
Oh well,
A
you better
cow? Can we see?
Yeah.
move him
Like
over
Buckingham
then.
Cow or Moo Cow?
No, like an actual, like his toy cow. Hold on.
We want to see the cow.
You better move him then.
He's got.
Sorry,
He's got his little cow.
I uttered to
Awesome.
think I'm going to keep up with these jokes.
Alright, so Jalkad is indifferent to the death of this guard. He does not care for them, as he was the one tortured the most.
Mm-hmm.
He collects his weapons and gets ready for the party to get together to leave this place back to the horses, where Essen is waiting for them.
I think it's Kira. No, it's not Kirame. It's Jalket and Talon that are probably limping, and Talon looks over at you and kind of gives you the nod when he sees that you're hurt, and the wolf kind of keeps pinging between Talon and Ian, or sorry, Sir Nicodemus.
Mhm. Yeah.
So you guys
As
make
the
it.
party is gathering, though, I would like to slap Ian in the stomach, because I'm a halfling, he's a human.
Yeah.
So I can't, slap him upside the head.
Right.
And I just basically want to admonish him of, he could have given us information, sir. I know he told us, but you killed an unarmed man.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. I
Do not
wanted.
Do not do these things in my sight.
We need to give him a proper burial.
We have no time. This forest is on fire. We need to go to camp now.
I will carry him. I will give him the last rites he deserves. It was my fault. I will carry
It's
the
your
sin.
responsibility.
Ian will pick up this guard he accidentally killed, and he will be carrying him the entire way.
Okay. It's going to be
he'll
very difficult to get him up that tree slope. Remember, and let me show the picture again.
Yeah, with the trees knocked down and everything.
Yeah. Trying to go up that with a body slung over your shoulders is going to be almost next to impossible, and it's the whole area is like that.
He will probably do a ceremonial. What would you describe a ceremonial Zinchi burial?
You know, normally you would probably build a cairn around him or something would be the quickest way, but there's really no time to do that. So putting him amidst the trees, like in a cleft between a couple of the fallen trees, and just marking the spot and saying a few words would probably suffice.
Ian does it.
And then maybe taking a memento from him as a reminder of your moment of shame.
Yes, Ian will. Does he have anything that would remind the guard? Would the guard have anything that would remind the guard of his family or anybody he's away from?
Well, let's see.
That he sorely misses.
You're Dragonborn,
and he will carry that.
You're Dragonborn, right?
No, Ian is human.
Ian's the
human.
That's right. That's right. What nationality is Ian? Is he Dehi?
Yeah, he's Dehi.
Okay. Then he would probably take a necklace or maybe cut a lock of hair from him. He would want a living piece of him. So cutting a lock of hair off, tying it with a band, a leather thong real quick and hanging it from a belt or something or around your neck would probably be an honorific for it.
Ian will do that, then he will take a lock of hair and tie it along some of his rope until he can get a proper necklace made.
Okay.
And he will have it around his neck as he lays this innocent man onto the ground in a traditional Dehi style of burial.
His body will be burned, so that will be a traditional style. They burn their dead. So it will happen, in the forest fire.
If he needs to be burned in traditional, he will create bonfire onto the body.
Okay.
And the entire time he is absolutely distraught from his rage and shame.
How does the rest of the group handle this distraught man? I mean, he's slowing you guys down, right? You want to get out of there. You're trying to get out of there, but he's got this, thing that he has to do, and he's obviously distraught about it. What's the general reaction of the rest of the group?
Jalkid does not care. He walks over to Ian's Sunsor, smacks him at the back of the head. Let's fucking go. You're wasting time here.
I haven't even noticed the party left the crater.
No. This is my sin. You all
get
can
over your
leave
sin later. We have to leave. The sky is burning. The woods are burning. We have to go. I do not care that the guard died. Let's leave.
Then be gone with you. I will catch up. If we will meet at the camp of which we last presided, I will be there and meet up with the rest of you. For now, I have actions I must partake in order to uphold my tradition and honor, even though I have just very sorely dishonored myself and my ancestors.
So at this point, we're at time. Do you guys have time to go later like we did last week? Or do you want to stop it here?
I got a little bit of time.
I got a few. Yeah.
Okay.
We
Okay.
can head back
Alright.
to the locations, get our XP counts, so on and so forth.
Yep. So
Yeah.
there's a few things going to happen. You now have to contend with moving about 5 miles through the forest, through burning branches, smoke-filled air, stampedes of animals. You have to cross the river again. So it's going to take a bit of time and some rolls. Since we want to move that along a little bit, I'm going to do it this way. Give me 2 deck saves for everybody. This is the falling branches, making sure you don't get hit or trapped behind stuff that's falling, that kind of thing.
DM,
So-
can I put a pause real quick?
Absolutely.
I was ritually casting detect magic.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to investigate this
Yeah,
thing
thank you.
hardly because, being a wizard
Yeah.
and magic.
Yeah, I am sorry. I didn't mean to forget about that. I apologize. So before you leave, your ritual takes about 10 minutes, so easily done. You sense magic. What's interesting is it's not arcane magic. You're sensing something that you can't really sense, right? The divine magic. It's not. It's different than arcane. You are sensing power here, but you can't define what that power is. Normally, when you cast detect magic, you're like, I can feel this, and I know kind of if it's thaumaturgic or if it's evocation or illusion. But this is like it's like seeing a black hole, right? You can't really see it. You can just define what's around it. You know that there's power there, but you just don't understand what it is. But it's powerful. You know that. And you sense old magic.
So, the crystal that was in the middle of it, the one that somehow
That's-
people saw from hundreds of feet away.
That's the center, the center of that large chunk of crystal that's embedded in the ground, that's sticking up out of the ground, that's been cracked open. It's the center of that you sense this as you, it gets stronger and stronger the more you focus your intent on the inside of that crystal. So whatever was
Okay,
in that cavity was definitely the source of whatever this magic is. But it's so powerful, it's almost giving you a headache trying to understand it.
All right, so the detect magic is basically drawing me towards this crystal. I'm noticing that this somehow out of the 8 schools of magic outside of it, I'm recognizing the magic is emanating from this crystal.
Yeah, the source of it
probably-
happens to be this crystal, yes.
All right, so then I'm going to quick cast Identify on the crystal.
Do you have a 100 gold piece pearl? I don't believe that you do.
Oh shit.
Identify requires a specific component that is not
Yeah, and if
normally handled. Yeah.
Well, if you ritually cast it, do you
Mhm.
still need the?
Yep. You still need the material components. Normally, we don't worry about them because they're, ash or a pinch of salt or some leather or some dried skin or feathers and stuff like that. But when it comes down to laying down some serious dough, you don't happen to have any pearls with you.
Yeah, because I think the arcane focus takes up the random stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, this isn't random though.
Yeah,
this
it only
is this
takes
is a
up-
specific thing.
Yeah, arcane focus takes up the innocuous, and the advantage to ritual, even though it takes 10 minutes, you don't lose a spell slot. That's the
Exactly.
advantage.
Yeah.
If the arcane focus can't
Can't
so it
replace certain
can't
components.
replace the money or something that's consumed. At least that's what I
Correct.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, fuck.
I mean, if
Fair
it were,
enough.
say, 20 gold pieces or less, I'd probably let it slide and you'd probably have that. But 100 gold pieces, no, you don't have any of those with you. This
And
is the same thing.
crystal is being examined. I know I'm not there, but it's embedded in the ground, you said, so it's not something we can move as a group.
Correct. I mean, think of the majority of the mass is underneath the ground, buried in,
Okay.
and this is like a
So it's basically
flange of
the
crystal that came out
Superman
of it.
meteorite crashing to the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
And this is
there
a,
any of the smaller crystals that broke off?
you can pick
when
up
it
all sorts of
impacted?
shards of this, yeah, but it's not going to radiate
Yeah,
any
Squall
magic.
has picked up some.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Thrall's being a good mage.
Yep.
the circle with the runes. Can I copy that down?
What are you going to copy it onto?
Well, I have a spell book with empty pages, and I also have parchment.
You'd probably not want to use up a spell book for it. It's not a spell you'll be able to cast. It's divine magic, so.
Well, no,
a completely...
it's something that I can remember. I'm not trying to.
No. I get that.
I'm
so
just
you'd
trying to
probably want to
recognize
use
the
normal
symbols.
parchment for it, not part of your
Yeah,
spell.
he has parchment because that's how he's been communicating.
Yep. No, we know you got it. Yeah, you can. That probably takes up all the time, however, from doing the ritual casting, trying to concentrate on this, trying to draw out the pattern. Yeah, it probably takes up all of the time that you got available.
So that's fine. That's all I wanted to do was investigate this place.
Perfect.
Okay. So
Perfect.
I was able to copy down this circle of power-ish, divine circle
Yes.
of power.
Yes.
Okay.
What about the barbarians and the ranger? Anything you guys are doing?
Yeah, we're just
Right.
we're just waiting for the party. I think.
You figure the ranger's
Yeah.
probably trying to
Party
figure out.
moves. Let's look at our dexterity saves. So Jawcat got a 2 and a 4. Was that a success on either?
Nope. So he takes 2 points of damage.
That's like my 5th natural 20 of the night.
Okay.
Damn.
Ian, hold on, I'm going back up. Ian has a 17-12. Is that a success on either?
1 success, 1 failure. He takes 1 point of damage. Calamore
Okay.
gets 1 success, 1 failure, so he takes 1 point of damage.
So Nicodemus, 18 and 9.
Takes 1 point of damage.
Alright, hold on. I'm trying to catch up.
And Karame, the bonus that you get for your critical is that you made both saves.
Hey.
I'll give you a bonus on the other one.
Nice.
And then on the other one, Scrawl, you take 2 points of damage.
Wolf.
This is falling branches hitting you, burning brands, falling out and hitting you, or that kind of stuff. Just debris and things floating through the air and falling through the air in a forest fire. Now give me 2 con checks for everybody. This is smoke-filled, trying to move at good speed to try and get ahead of this thing. So for everyone that you fail, you take 1 point of damage.
Alright, hold on. I gotta track this.
And while you guys are rolling those, go ahead and take the damage if you roll less than 14.
Okay.
And I'm going to get some water real quick.
Wait, I have 2.
Damn, and 2 more nat 20s, yes.
So I'm good.
Jawcat, you put yours. I thought I got another nat 20.
I got 1 more damage, so I'm 6 of 14 now.
This Sir Nicodemus succeeds 1.
Fails 1. Yep.
Nicodemus holds 1.
Oh, are you gonna be alive? You're like.
Not more. You saved. How many did you save?
1. Saved 1, failed 1.
Well, I mean, should we go with the same? Like if you nat 20 a save, you save both?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Okay. So Calamore saves both. Ian saves 1, fails 1. Wait, no. What was the
No,
minimum?
it's 14. It was 14.
Yep.
Saves both. Okay. Kirame, roll.
Failed both.
Okay.
Who's hurting health-wise right now?
Cat.
And
I'm 6 of
and
13
Talon.
right now.
Cat, did you save both or both?
I already did it. I saved 1 and I took damage from 1, so my health went down from 7 to 6.
For the Constitution check?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's smoke inhalation, and so you're coughing a lot and watery eyes, and kind of slows you down a little bit.
Does anybody else have a healing potion to help some of these folks out? I gave mine to
Talon gives
Talon
his.
already.
Talon gives his to Kierman.
I'll be good.
I have my own. I think I should be fine. This is
Okay.
technically the last draw before we get back to our.
Pretty close. Now I need a
Okay.
dex save from everybody, because when you get closer to the river, the animals are starting to stampede through the area. So you've got bears down to squirrels, all moving through the area pretty quickly.
Damn those squirrels.
Is it a
Right.
single dex save?
Yeah, just doing a single save for everybody. Yeah, for
Alright,
I rolled
that's a
twice.
failure for Sir Nick.
Okay, so Nicodemus
takes 1 point.
So once.
Alamore.
Yeah, just
12 and
just
20.
making one. Yeah, just making one save for this, and basically this is damage of you having to hustle to get out of the way of things. As the animals are moving through in a panic, they're not staying away from you; they're just going, and so you have to dodge behind a tree or jump over something, and you might
We
be
take
sprinting.
damage from. What's the ideal score not to take damage?
15 again.
Okay, so I rolled twice. I got a 12 and 20. Should I choose the first one?
Yeah, you have to go with the first one.
Okay, so I take 1 point of damage.
Yep.
All right, I'm just going to go down the list. Kellamore.
Saved 17.
Dave. Cool. Ian Bell. So he takes 1. Kirame.
Pass.
Okay, save. And Hellcat.
Took damage.
Bell. Got it. Cool. Let me reduce mine by 1, so I'm at 11 total health. Cool.
Okay.
And I think that's everybody.
Does anybody know what the schedule's like today as far as MVG Charity Twitch goes? Should we stop streaming now, or can we continue for a bit?
That's a good question. I'll ping somebody over in the stream
Great.
stream team and.
I'm looking at I'm about to look at the calendar.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Got it.
Battered, bruised, coughing, burnt a little bit. You managed to make it to the river. Animals are trying to get across this thing. You've got all types of animals that are trying to cross the river. It gets kind of full. I mean, it almost looks like it's blanketed by animals at some point where they're trying to swim. And the lighter ones, of course, the weaker ones are being kept swept downstream by it. You've got your horses again, but you're not sure if taking the wagon with you is going to be beneficial or a major hindrance. Remember, you're taking it through the woods, not on any set road. Do you want to try and take the wagon with you, or just unload as much of it as you can onto the draft horses?
I've
Fuck
voted
the
no.
wagon.
Fuck the wagon.
Okay.
I'll carry as much as I can. I'm a big burly guy. I can carry a lot of stuff on me, so.
Sure. So you won't quite have everything that you had before, but we'll say that you've got 3 days of food, you've got a couple of tents, no bedrolls or anything like that, but you got your cloaks, and you'll be roughing it definitely, but you'll be sustainable for at least a few days.
Was Jockhead able to grab?
I took all the gold, I took my weapons, and I took one of the tents.
Gold probably needs to be distributed amongst folks, otherwise you'll just have a
What-
big way
how
to
I
much?
go.
already did that, so.
Oh, that's right.
We already distributed gold last match,
Yes.
and
So-
Ian is in control of the gold right now.
Yes.
The
Okay, so I'll
treasure.
carry the tents,
Good,
I'll
good,
carry all the extra weapons we have.
Well, don't worry about bulk. I mean, you may be able to carry the weight. It's the encumbrance that you got to worry about.
That is true.
Yeah.
We're good to run over.
Yeah, so I'll carry whatever I can carry on me.
And
I have some
distribute the
gold that I
rest.
have.
So how are you guys going to handle getting across the river? You've got all this extra stuff that you want, which is going to weigh you down in the river.
I mean, we can probably sit right like in the bank of the river, and let the fire come down. And once the fire calms down, we can probably make our way out.
Well,
'Cause-
I
Scrawl-
don't think it's a good idea.
Scrawl has his disc. Scrawl can use the disc
Ah.
to carry people over too, right?
Scrawl, get an inspiration die, please.
Unless you want me to sit down for 10 minutes.
You probably have. You guys made pretty good time through here. The one thing I didn't do was do an endurance check for you. But let's just say that you guys made it out. You didn't really hem and haw too much at the crater, so that saved you having to make one constitutional roll for traveling 3 miles through all of the nasty hazards. So let's say you've got enough time to take a short rest here before the forest fire catches you. And now it is a true forest fire. The trees are on fire. all the way down, and you're fighting against this. And unfortunately, the wind is blowing in your direction. So as you're traveling west, it's kind of shifted, and the trees are catching fire behind you. You have about a half an hour, but after that, you're going to have to get across the stream.
Yeah.
And even then, it might be
Those
dangerous.
two? God damn.
We can either take a short rest or we can continue forward. What's the call of the party?
Go forward.
Well, forward.
Well, you need that tensor's disc, right, to be able
I
to.
just realized I clicked off my slot for identify, and then we said no, we can't do identify. So I do have a slot, so I can quick cast floating disc if you want.
Oh, okay,
There we go.
perfect.
Okay.
Problem
But
solved. So
it-
now
it-
all you have
it
to do
follows
is.
behind me though, so I have to be going ahead. Of
I will
Great.
take Squirrel on a horse.
Okay.
Do you need me to do animal handling?
Rather than having you guys roll for this, I'm just going to say that you get across. It will be a troubled crossing. You've got other animals around there. The horses from the fire, their eyes are, rolling in the back of their heads sometimes. They're very hard to control. It was a very hazardous crossing, and not all of you made it across to the shallow end. Some of you had to go up the embankment, and it took you a little while on the other side to get back together because you got spread out by maybe 50 yards or so along the bank. It was a rough crossing, but all of you are, while being soaked to the bone, it's actually a nice change, even though it's bitter cold from the heat of the fire that's racing behind you. But most of it hasn't really traveled over. It's just the very tips of the trees that are still, starting to catch a little bit. So you've managed to get some breathing room after you cross the river. But those animals are still all over the place. And as long as you don't go near them, the badgers and the wolverines and other normally vicious animals aren't going to mess with you much. The bears don't give a shit about you. They have places to go. With that, you travel another 2 miles and you get back. You're not exactly where you came out before. Instead of catching that road that runs towards the west down from the mountains, I'm going to go ahead and put you back on the big map now. I would recommend zooming in to about 180%. And then you guys are right about here. Okay?
Damn, we traveled far.
Well, 5 miles. You guys were down a little bit from this red dot is not where you guys were. That's
5
something
miles?
else. No, that's not from where you went. You came in over the small E of the Elenin Mountains right here. That's where the pass was. So you guys have been hanging out about right here and are now 5 miles west of that position.
Okay.
There's no way on the size of this map to really get you exactly where you are. It's just roughly in that area.
Does any of us have a map?
No, and nobody knows this area at all. So now you have come across to a road that travels north and south rather than east and west. So you managed to miss the road that came down from the pass through the Elenin Mountains.
Would I have, just out of curiosity, would I have seen just a general map of the continent? Or would I have had that handy on me when we were in the village, like growing up?
Dargo, which one are you? You are
Calamore.
Calamore. No, you probably haven't seen anything that would be over the Elenin Mountains.
Would Ian have, is a better question.
Ian.
And being our library rat.
Yeah, Ian, where were you from? Did we ever nail that?
Yeah, so he's from out of Narma, but he
That's
ran
what I
away
thought.
from home, traveled
Yeah.
through the desert,
Yeah.
and then made base at Dishi.
Diishi, yeah.
Dishi.
Yep, and then you were taken and traveled up through this way from Daishi. So you know
Correct.
the area a little bit over here on this side. You know you're on the western side of the Elenin Mountains. You know that you're about 15 miles west of the path. You're just not sure of the pass. You're just not sure if you're north or south of it.
Okay. Will Ian be able to make a quick check to figure out which way on the road he needs to go to the nearest town?
No, you kind of have a flip of the coin, because he doesn't know where the towns are, first off, but second, you're not sure where you are. You got kind of turned around in the panic of getting out through the forest fire and whatnot. Then just before dawn, it's really dark, and then the pre-dawn comes in, and it's kind of difficult to pinpoint your location. So you got to guess.
Skill sets include survivalist and nature. Do we see any tracks on the road?
Yes.
That lead in a certain direction?
Well,
so
that's the hard part. You can't really tell. People travel both north and south on this. You've come across the trade road.
It's a road. Yeah, it's a road that goes somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes, but if it's got actual travel, then it does not matter if we head north or south. We'll find town on either side if it's a road that's heavily traveled.
True. Your best guess is you need to go south, but because you know that's going to lay deeper into Mendarn. You don't know where you are on the Mendon-Eldor border, which means you're not sure where the traveling inns are going to be. So you're definitely going to want to travel south.
Ian pipes up. He unknowingly points to the south or north. I'm going to roll a d2 and figure out one being north, one being south. Okay, he points to the north. I say.
Okay.
Does Talon have anything to...
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, Talon.
Talon.
Is this area familiar enough to which way would be best, or at least closest?
I've traveled in this area very little, but I know west of us is the Edros Bay. Ranvin should be somewhere fairly close. Essen tells you we should go probably south, because the caravan was going to be heading south, and that's going to be heading to a more that was the plan, because there's a couple of townships along the way. He's not sure how far away they are, but it shouldn't be more than a day or two at most.
But there's nothing close by for us to sleep tonight.
Yeah, not that he knows of. However, getting on the road, the road and traveling down a bit would probably be wise before you stop.
Ian pipes up. Maybe, maybe we can sleep in the forest.
Talon.
No, not that one, you fucking dumbass. The other one. The one on the other side of the road.
Not a bad idea. I am tired as I have never been before. Perhaps we should put a little more. Perhaps we should put a little more distance between us and the forest, just in case. There are still many animals coming through.
Or may I suggest a suggestion?
You can suggest a
We
suggestion.
just pick a direction and walk. Walk and walk until we find civilization. Matter not that we walk till the day shines upon our back and the night falls again. I do not recommend us, personally, being able to sleep into a forest. I believe my fill force is quite over for the next odd amount of years. And the same with fire. I am quite finished with fire. Sir Nicodemus, would you deem it wise for us? Because I would deem it wise for us to just pick a direction and follow on.
Nicodemus, I would suggest moving on to the south a bit.
I mean,
That's
A few more miles between us and the forest would be good.
Alan, do you know which way south is?
It is this way.
Very well. Sir Nicodemus, shall we ride, or rather walk, toward that direction?
Yeah, let's not wear out these horses. We know not how far we have to go, and let's try to travel as much as we can so that we can get us rest.
Do we have any rations for the horses?
No.
We have 6 days of rations. We can feed them something.
Yeah. you know,
Not-
give them apples and
feed 'em
whatnot. They can
grass
munch
in the
on
forest.
grass and bushes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
there's enough foliage.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we
So
just want to make sure that they're tethered enough that they won't run off, but not so tethered that they can't get to,
right.
you know.
Well, as you guys walk a bit down south, it takes about an hour after dawn. You guys are just trying to put one foot in front of the other, and you see a wagon track going downhill to the west from where you're at, and then of course the big road goes farther south.
I say continue south on the big road because big roads lead to big towns.
Yes, I'm thinking major road, unless Essen or, well, my dogs are being assholes. Unless Talon or Essen think otherwise, I say big town.
There's a big town to our west.
No, somewhere south. You're not sure how far away you are. You know you're at least, if Talon was talking about a place called Ranvin, but that's down on the coast. That's probably a good week's travel away. There may be some, hostels to stay at on the road, and some taverns, but Talon doesn't know the roads that well to know where they might be.
I say we continue south. We pick the direction. We follow it.
I could use a rest and some direction.
Eat while you walk.
I mean, should we call it as a camp now? I mean, are we far enough away from the forest that we feel safe?
Yeah, I mean, well, you've got forest on either side, but you're down quite a ways from where you were. You're at least 4 or 5 miles away from the other place by this point, from where the
Then
fires
I
were
say
coming
that
over.
we break camp. We have many that are wounded that need their rest, and I need to confer with Debpar as far as what it is I should do.
Okay.
I need to talk to my god. So as long as we're somewhere safe, and if everyone is in agreement, I think we should make camp.
Then we shall make camp.
No, Nicodemus, what you decide is what I decide. I'm in agreement.
Yes, let us make camp.
Okay.
That's
So-
why I'm asking everybody's opinion, because I am just as mortal as all those around us, and I can make mistakes.
You guys
Hey,
are
Sir Nicodemus. Sir Nicodemus, you are the leader. You are the one that will make the decisions that is hard for the rest of us. You are our guider and our protector. I trust you with my life, Sir Nicodemus.
Time for XP.
Yeah.
Yay.
Almost. So you start taking
Oh.
you start taking a long rest. Towards the end of that, now it's getting really hard for any of you to stay awake, to have any kind of guard duty or anything like that. You managed to come off the. So I take it you left that dirt track. You didn't go down that small road that was leading off, correct? You wanted to travel farther south, or did you want to just pull over where you were?
I would assume we would go into the forest and break camp in the forest to get us off the main road.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, we followed the main path, not the wagon west.
Okay. After about an hour, you give me a perception test to the ranger, to the dragonborn, and to the wolf. The wolf starts growling a little bit.
Good thing the ranger and the dragonborn are the same character.
Oh, that's right. God dang it. I'll get it all right eventually.
6.
That just means you get to roll twice, right?
That's right. Yes, I roll once for myself and once for myself.
Would this count as a short rest compared to a long rest?
No, you guys can get a long. It's an hour, so hour and a half. So you can get a long rest out of that, right?
Very well.
Long
My
rest is
HP is restored, and so is all my magic.
Yeah,
So-
long rest is the goal.
Yeah. The wolf kind of sniffs something. Does a little whine, not like whiny, but just a little, and goes running off into the woods. And the perception 6 does not get to anything, but something got Mahavris's attention, Mendar kind of paws at the ground a little bit twice, and at that, Talon kind of peeks up and goes, "We're not alone." And anybody that was starting to fall asleep, he kind of goes over and nudges everybody who was starting to zone out. We're not alone.
Damn it.
There's somebody right behind Jalquette. Right behind Jalquette. Right in the bushes. You can sense it.
Nice.
And just make a
And
character.
Dark?
What was that?
And is it dark?
No. It's about an hour and a half past dawn.
Okay. So somebody's behind me. So what do? I turn around and look?
Are you just turning around obviously and looking, or are you kind of like just stretching and taking a peek kind of thing?
Stretching and taking a peek.
Okay. There's a bunch of bushes there. You can't really see anybody through them. And then just at the last second, you catch an eyeball looking through the leaves.
This is creepy.
Interesting.
And then as soon as he sees you looking at him, kind of even cross-eyed, the bushes rattle and the eye goes away, and you hear the bushes rattling quickly as something starts to move fast.
So I have intimidation.
Okay.
I will roll intimidation.
How are you trying to intimidate that which you are not seeing?
I'm going to yell.
Okay.
To scare whoever there is, so they can lose balance and fall, or.
Well,
running away.
you definitely, you intimidate them, and so they continue running away. Those of you, as he bursts up, you see this small child running into the woods, just hauling ass, as fast as his little feet can pound.
Do I have magic that will? I have Long Strider. I can catch him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would have run after the child as well, screaming like, "We're not gonna hurt you!" And like as I'm running past Jalquette, kind of like smack him in the back of the head, like give him a look as I'm running towards the kid, being like,
Yeah, well, you smell urine as you smell urine and feces as you go running past him after him.
Ian will cast Long Strider and catch up to the child and pick him up.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a dex save. Go ahead and give me a dex save to scoop him up without any injury.
8.
No problem. You just needed to clear a 6. So,
Okay.
you scoop him up and kind of spin around with your momentum. He's like, "Let me go! Let me go! Let me go!" And you definitely smell now that the kid definitely shat himself.
Calm down, child. Calm down.
No. He is so freaked out from the intimidation, he does not calm down for quite a while. It's going to take you a good 5 minutes of soothing him, trying to calm him down that way, and realizing he's not going to get killed. Just because I wasn't sure, I wasn't looking to see whose voice it was. Who grabbed the boy?
That was Ian.
That was Ian. Okay.
Ian will take the 5 minutes trying to console the child into calming down.
Okay.
Before carrying him back to camp, going fucking 40 miles an hour. And the only material is a pinch of dirt, and I assume there's a shit ton around us.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of dirt.
Yeah. I didn't even think about the material. So
no, that's all right. And there were 2 of you that were chasing him. You were just barely ahead of the other guy, but you pulled ahead pretty quick with Fire Strider. I think it gives you a plus 10 feet per turn movement. That's what it used to be.
Plus 10 feet per turn.
Yeah. So you outdistance him, but not by a huge amount.
Who else was going after the child?
Calamar.
As he walks past Calamar, he throws his head up as a sign of triumph in athleticy. It's like, what's up?
As the kid sees the half-orc coming at him, he screams and pisses himself and squirms hard to try and get out of your grasp.
Ian will tighten his grasp. I assume that's going to be a strength check.
Nah, it's easy enough.
Okay, I'll roll a 16 anyways.
You're fine. You've got a hold of the kid. You're getting a little moist yourself, but from holding on to him.
I'll give the kid some reassurances. Be like, hey, don't mind my older brother. He's not the smartest, but he does good in a pinch. If you think he was scary to you, imagine how scary he is to the bad guys. And I'll kind of like rummage in my packing. Like,
who else is here?
Malnourished?
The child's
or
candy.
You guys only made it about 50 yards away from camp before you caught him, so it wasn't too far away.
Is
he
any...
look like malnourished though, or is
He's wearing homespun clothing, soft leather boots. Kid's about maybe 10, 11 years of age. Human, dark hair, pale skin, and he kicks and struggles and whatnot. Let me go. Don't eat me, please. Don't eat me. Yeah. My dad. The whole village is gonna come up here. They got an army. They'll get me back. Don't eat me.
No, I would trust me. As I like pull out some like Landis bread or something and start chewing on it. You're a little too stringy for me. We're actually looking for a village. Maybe we could bring you to your family.
He looks at you and the way you guys are armed, and says, let's see, what does he do? Oh, now I gotta figure it out. That's an interesting.
So this is intrepid interloper.
97.
Yeah,
Nice.
on the scale of 1 to 100, the 100 being more friendly towards you guys, he calms down. He says, "Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, my village is down over this way." He points back up the road where that track was, and he says,
Okay.
"We live down there."
Awesome. And,
There.
don't you worry about the bigger half orc. I gave him a good smack for you as I ran away.
He's very embarrassed about himself, and he's walking with squishy pants, so he's not walking real well.
Since I just took a long rest,
Mm-hmm.
I can make a homunculi.
Oh, that'll improve the situation.
I'm not going to use it on a child. With one arm, I reach down, grab a rock, and I give it wings. And it floats above me.
Mm-hmm.
Let me pull up the exact trait it is. Oh, wait, no, that's under spell. No, actions. Fuse item, magic tinkering. No, I'm just going to magic tinkering it. So I give it 5 feet of radius light.
Okay.
And I hand it to the kid. If I set you down,
He doesn't
will
take
you
it.
run away or will you guide us?
As you cast that on the thing, he starts screaming, "You're a witch! A witch! A foul sorcerer!" And he's completely freaked out as you try and bring that thing close to him. No, don't burn me! No! I mean, he just completely loses it when you use magic in front of him.
Nursemaids in this party.
The Ian sighs.
Talon looks back and says, No, you don't understand. No, he's going to try and soothe the kid. Let me see if he does. I don't think this is going to work. He's got a pretty big negative to work from.
Disadvantage, I guess.
Yeah, disadvantage on a charisma save. 1. Oh, well, that sucks. Yeah. He doesn't work very well. He says, why didn't I think of this? Magic is illegal in Brandobia to use without a license. They're scared of it. Oh, man. No. Make the rock go away.
Ian immediately, because it's under my own effect, I immediately undo my 5-foot radius of light from the rock, and I toss the rock over my shoulder.
Okay.
I started thinking about ways we can convince this kid not to be a fucking snitch.
Better
I-
is
I-
an option.
First,
I
let him clean out
hold
his
on
drawers
to-
for the third time.
I hold on to this kid with all dear life. And I look over to Sir Nicodemus. Sir Nicodemus, we have two choices. Either A, we can give the kid whatever the fuck he wants, so he'll shut the fuck up and stay shut the fuck up. Or B, we can make him shut the fuck up. And making him shut the fuck up is not a pretty thing, and I would not go with that option. I'd rather just give him what the fuck he wants.
Or we can just let the kid go.
If we let the kid go, he's going to give guards the warning that we're magic users without a license, and then we're going to get fucking put in prison and have our assholes resized. That I do not want.
I think you forgot the DM.
Dave in the background laughing his ass off.
This is
First
awesome.
of all, you're like, give the child whatever he wants. This child is not going to be able to explain the gift of anything.
Yeah.
We give him something. He's got to explain to mom and dad, oh yeah, I met these magic users. That plan will not work.
Yeah.
Your plan two, you don't even think about raising a hand to this child.
I'm not going to raise a hand. As I said, this is an act. That is an action I am not willing to take, and I was going to have it. One of you other fucks want to fucking do it. However, I do enjoy the fact that he can do whatever the fuck he wants to. He can shut the fuck up because I don't want my asshole resized in prison. If we don't make him shut the fuck up, asshole resized. If we make him shut the fuck up, no asshole resized.
I don't think that's what they do here to witches.
Do you know what they do here? Sir Nicodemus? I am not very sure. I am actually quite fucking terrified right now.
Village, and the village people are not as armed as we are. We can intimidate them. We can rest, and we will leave.
Or we could be polite, and we could, you know, be nice, and show that we're not bad people.
Absolutely.
Or we could just say that the kid saw something after my brother scared the shit out of him.
You know?
So I'm going to cast Unseen Servant and have the servant carry the dagger, stab the child, or drag him through a bush.
Please tell me you're not
Don't do that.
serious, girl.
Hey,
Oh, no, you might.
You know what? I can't see that.
We'll
That would be meta. I can't see that.
exactly.
You can't see
Yeah.
that.
Let
You
me
can't see that.
let me get the answer.
Well, the problem is, if he tries to stab him with an Unseen Servant, he's got to roll to not stab me instead.
Also, this dagger isn't invisible.
Right.
Yeah.
So scroll, yes, yay or nay, buddy? Yay or nay?
Come on.
I'll be right back, though. I actually have to be right back. Hold on.
Sure. Scroll,
I don't-
yes or no?
AKA, please don't take any
No,
actions because I have to chronicleize everything, and I've been trying to chronicleize.
I'm just messing with him. Like, figure this out, because
Right.
I'm kind of with him. Y'all, a lot of you guys can hide your magic use.
Mm-hmm.
I look like a fucking wizard.
Yep.
You know, like, yes, I'm small, but I'm wearing wizard's robes. I'm carrying a spell book.
You're
you
a
know.
fucking bird.
Yeah. So,
Just fly away.
well, another thing that people don't see in this land.
Yep.
You've got
it's-
a wizard. You've got a bird person wizard.
Yep.
So,
Oh,
are we silencing this kid and throwing him back in the bush, or are we letting him go to basically fuck around and find out?
Who the fuck listens to a kid anyway?
yeah.
You're not gonna believe it. There's this
Let the
Birdman,
kid
and this
go.
Birdman's casting magic. Yeah. That's believable.
Children.
Yeah.
That,
I mean,
that goes on. I simply state we hold on to the kid, we rest, we let the kid go when we resume travel.
Or we can just let the kid go now. We don't need to take a kid hostage.
If we're
Well-
well rested, then yeah, we can let the kid go and resume our travel.
We can
Just, I mean, that's the thing, is that we need a long rest, which is 8 hours. If we keep the kid for 8 hours, they're going to come looking for him.
That is true.
So we're not long resting with this kid. So if we're not long rested, we gotta let the kid go, and then now we gotta get the hell out of Dodge, because we were followed by something, scared the crap out of him, literally. Come to find out it's a little kid, and oh yeah, by the way, magic's illegal. Something that you could have told us yesterday, Essen. But okay.
Essen doesn't really stop or doesn't even know that, really. This is his first jaunt away from, Pelbrolinen.
Who was it that told us that magic was?
That was Talon. That's he was saying. I mean, it just never came up.
Yeah,
I didn't think about it. I mean, it's I'd just say let the kid go at this point. I mean, we shouldn't traumatize him anymore.
No, we don't need to traumatize him, but we can't be here. Because if one single adult believes this child and comes looking for us, we're not long resting. And we're going to make that kid orphan.
Tell you what.
What
I'll take him back to town and tell him I'm alone.
What have I missed?
Nothing.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything. Ian is dead.
Ian is still holding this child.
Nicodemus, make the call. You're the party leader. Decide if we let the child go and resume our travel, or we go to the village.
Talon says, I will take him back to the village, and I will tell him that we are alone.
And I want to try to persuade him, because, I do have a little charisma.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want to try to persuade him and say, listen, we're strangers in this land. We're just trying to survive. We're not trying to hurt you. We don't want to hurt anyone. We're on the run for our lives from bad people. We thought you were them hiding in the woods. Lesson learned, you don't hide in bushes behind people you don't know.
That's a good point, Skrull. I mean, sorry, Calamore. That's good enough to roll up.
Does Ian know?
I did persuasion.
That's okay. I'll give you the persuasion roll of 20.
It's the same plus.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the same plus for me.
You calm the kid down.
A dirty 20 persuasion.
You calm the kid down, and he says, Papa would probably want to help. Our people are good. They could give you food.
Ian slowly lowers the kid to the ground, but one question to the DM.
Mm-hmm.
Does Ian know that are Dehi not welcome in Mindar? Or is it just humans as a whole that are loved in Mindar? Or does he know about any of the racial?
No, the Dehi are welcome. Yeah, they trade with Mendarn and Eldor.
Okay. So Nicodemus, recommend we all escort this child home. For there may be monsters, bandits, or other ungodly creatures wishing harm upon the innocent towards this child, and it is our sole duty as, and I quote very heavily, heroes, to make sure this innocent child is brought forth upon his family once again, safely and unharmed. And as far as I know so far, the only harm he has acquired is being scared by a half-orc. That is all.
So I'm going to, since we're coming up on 4 o'clock and I have another game to run at 5, and I think we probably have to turn the channel over to somebody here soon, I'm going to sum up the next 30 minutes. As you guys travel down, you bring the kid back. You are met at the beginning of a small thorp, is the term. It's not a village. There's about maybe 8 families living together. So there's 8 buildings, plus there's a long hall that is open to the air. There's another long hall that has lumber equipment underneath it, where they're stripping logs and then rolling them downhill towards the water. There's a large river there, and it looks like there's a whole bunch of logs tied up over in the river that are behind kind of a break that's been built in the river. And you see, as you come walking down this deeply rutted dirt path from the main road, the kid is leading you down there, and then he tries to pull away from you to run ahead. Do you let him, or do you hold him back? Here comes the critical moment.
Do we see a family ahead or anything like that?
You
or
see
is he just running away?
You see a gathering of people. Specifically, there's an older man, a middle-aged man, and a young man, maybe of 15 summers or so, that are standing in the middle. The middle-aged man has a dark beard, sharp eyes as he's watching you guys come down. There's several women that are out and about, and they gather small children to them. There's a couple more people that are coming up from the river where they've got axes over their shoulders, wood axes over their shoulders. They are not threatening with them, but they're definitely, over their shoulders and at the ready.
Sir Nicodemus will hold both hands up in the air, empty, and shout towards them, "We are your friends."
We found your child.
Do you guys let him go?
Run. I'm not going to stop him from running, but I want to shout ahead, "We're friends. Please."
The boy comes down. There's some concern about it because the kid shat himself and pissed himself more than once. So there's some concern over the shape that he is in, with shit running down his leg.
There should be concern about his diet because there was stuff in that poop that should have been there.
It smelled, and Ian is drenched. He's probably going to find the nearest river and do a deep.
Well, luckily, finding that is pretty easy. It's about 100 yards to your left.
Ian waves for like 2 seconds.
Sacrifice him to come through.
Walks into the river, full clothed and everything, and just sits in the river for about an hour before deciding to come out the river when he decides he's clean.
So while the group meets the villagers, he just runs over and sits in the river. Got it. There's a tent.
What's village called, by the way?
It's a thorp that is called Dowen, Dowen -Nargra. Nargra. Dowen Nargra.
Okay.
And like I said, there's 6 to 8 families living as simple loggers. They are concerned over the boy, but the boy seems to have a better attitude around him. He says, "I thought they were sorcerers at first, but no, look, there's a bird man. You would have believed it if I told you. And half-orcs. Are they really going to eat us?" Wait, no. And then look at the one in the robes. I think it's a dragon. A real dragon. Stuff like this. And the older man kind of steps forward. He talks with the other two next to him. The younger man looks like he's angry a little bit. But the middleman steps forward and basically says, "Greetings, strangers. What brings you to our thorp?" And discussion happens. Like I said, I want to sum this up in the next 5 minutes. They will allow you to stay and rest in their village. They see the condition you are in. You're burnt. You're beaten. You're starved. You're at your wit's end, right? You've rested a bit, but you could use a good sleep for a week. They offer attention, and matter of fact, some of you probably just start giving up the ghost when you realize we're not in danger. I can't stand on my feet anymore. I'm fuck all tired. So they look at the strangers in need, and they offer you the help of their village. I'm going to assume that several charisma tests were made, and you guys were persuading them that you're good guys and whatnot. So the question just comes down: do you stay there or do you move on?
I say we stay. But Ian's not there. Ian's not there, so he can't have an input in this conversation. He is currently in the river cleaning shit
yourself.
and piss off himself.
Right.
Sir Nicodemus says stay because as long as we're here, we can gather information, try to gather information about surrounding areas, places that we can go.
Mm-hmm.
We need to get our wits about us, and we need to be able to get a good direction, along with the help of what little bit Talon knows, but we need to try to get intel before we just go wandering off again.
So here's what you find out. Good calls, all of them. When you guys start to sleep, you sleep for a couple of days. I mean, you guys are done. You're at your limits, right? When you wake up, you're refreshed. Your clothing has been changed out. You're all dressed in fresh homespun. It's simple garb, but at least it's comfortable. It's clean. It's not torn, burnt, rent. From all the combat and fire and water and everything else you put these things through. If you really want to keep your clothing, you can, of course. They didn't take it from you, but you're all dressed in homespun clothes. Those that have unique body sizes, they've modified them as best they can. Some of you are going to wake up a little earlier than others. Talon will be one of those because he's nowhere near as wasted as you guys are, not having been, suffering from malnutrition and sleep depression for so long. You guys gather together in the morning of, say, the third day that you're there, or second day that you're there. And while you're having breakfast, they bring you food, fresh baked bread, some cheeses. They've slaughtered a goat, so you have some goat meat to eat. It's probably the first real meal you've had in a long time. They have Talon kind of let them know that you guys need to move on. So they already have your packs stuffed with food, enough to last for almost a week. It's fresh food, so you'll have to eat it quickly, and it takes up a lot more bulk than dry rations does. They let you know that, yes, you are north of Ranvin by about 40 miles. By about 70 miles. If you move down the main road, you'll be able to come across a side inn about 20 miles down the road where the pass to Daishi is. That's basically it. And then, as you guys are discussing, and next time when we start up, you'll be able to discuss your plans and get some decisions made. But as you guys are there, you hear the boy coming back and saying, "Soldiers are coming. Soldiers. They're soldiers, but they look weird." One of the men, named Cowan Rez, Elder Cowan, he's probably about maybe 40 summers. He says, "What is it? What colors did they fly? Are they Mendarn? Are they from Baron? There it went. Baron Heinrich's men?" And he says, "Well, they bear the silver and green, but some of their shields look really weird. They look kind of mean. I don't know." They ask for more description, and the kid says, it kind of looks like this." And he draws a fist with spikes off the knuckles. He says, "I saw that on some of their shields." And
one of us knows who that is.
And Talon looks over and says, "You say that they're flying the colors of Mendarn, however? That can't be good. How far away are they?" And the kid says, "Oh, maybe a mile. Not far." And that's where we leave it. The Fisters. Yes. The Fisters are coming. The Fisters are coming.
Flying colors.
35 foxes.
Mendarn, but sigil of who is the sigil of?
The Oppressor.
Yeah, it sounds like we're about the seventh samurai of this fort.
Which says samurai.
They ask how many of them. He says there's at least 40 of them.
Well, we can't take that number on, but okay.
You think?
You guys can think about it for
enemies.
You guys can think about it for a week before you get there. He describes several priests leading it. It looks like clerics. The colors that they saw are like colored fabrics stretched over shields, but some of them were kind of flopping, and that's where he saw the fist. And the general look of them and their weapons are not the norm of Mendarn. So it takes you a little while to piece this together. It's a 9-year-old, right? A 10-year-old. So you have to piece the information together. But the numbers that he talks about, he says there's a veritable army coming. You end up getting more and more information out of him and trim it down to about 20 to 30 men is what you think is coming. All trained soldiers, it seems. Tough fight if you guys are fight it. Cohen kind of says that you guys should leave. Get out of here. They if it is truly Mendarn, they won't bother us by treaty. I would hope. And we'll leave it there. So everybody gets for the fight and for role playing so damn well again. Everybody gets. I'm gonna say critical spots. 350 experience each.
Okay. I get my 50 bonus for being a scribe.
Yep. And then everybody gets to vote on one person getting a bonus 25.
Oh wait, what the fuck? I just undid all my XP. Holy fuck.
Oops.
MVP, Sir Nicodemus is going to vote for Scrawl for doing the flanking move on Kellen. So my vote goes for Scrawl.
Vote goes to Ian for showing absolute pure fucking RP, for keeping in line with not only backstory but also tradition for the day.
Right. Okay.
I mean, it's your call, Dave. Your call.
Oh no.
Also
That's
go
that's
for
2 votes.
Ian.
Okay, 2 votes for Ian. Anybody else?
I will go for Scrawl.
Okay, 2 for
3
Scrawl.
2.
And 3 for Scrawl. So Scrawl ekes it out, barely ahead. You get 25 VP bonus. MVP award.
Congratulations.
Okay.
How much XP did we get for the first game? I wasn't there for the end of it.
Oh damn! Anybody
So
know?
You guys had a total of 250 plus whoever threw the sword, which is 50. No, you guys had a total of 225.
25, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. You guys get a 225 for the last game,
Your current XP should be 575.
Correct.
unless you're a
Somewhere.
scribe and I have 5.
Unless
and I
you're
have
special.
700.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
or
special,
or
so I
unless you got
700.
the
Minus 600.
25 point
because I
awards.
threw the
Yeah.
sword.
Yep.
Cool. And I
So-
still have my inspiration die.
Yep. As a matter of fact, I loved how all of you guys have role played really well, argued amongst each other, tried to plan out things, adjusted to plans. Everybody gets an inspiration die as far as I'm concerned.
Awesome.
Those don't stack,
Two
do they?
inspiration.
What was that, sir?
They don't stack, do they?
No.
Okay.
Also, make sure you take a long rest since we
Yes.
rested for way over a fucking day.
Yeah, you guys are at full health, and at this point, I assume that you guys are going to be dressing in your armor. You'll need to help each other get all this various bits on, for the most part, unless you have a chain shirt. You guys can be armed and ready to make a decision to either make a stand or to run.
Sorry, real quick, how are we doing rolls? Are we just rolling for HP, adding con, or doing like drops, ones?
Full HP, as I assume.
Yeah, roll well.
Because
Not full XP. We'll roll the dice, but if you get a 1 or a 2, re-roll it.
I already had a roll,
Okay.
and I kind of got full XP.
Yeah.
Because I was sitting at 11, so.
Right.
Oh,
No,
I
that's
would
fine.
roll
I got
one,
TD8.
and then a 2.
Oh.
All
Well,
right,
then
6.
roll it again.
The
Caroline.
power
Yeah.
then gets 10.
Yep. Nice.
So what is this?
This
What
is
is
for
that?
your
HP.
this is for your HP if you go up a level.
Okay, so I got a 9.
Okay. So you
Is
add your
that rolling?
add your Constitution bonus to it, and that's how many hit points you earn for that level.
So 10 points.
Yep. So if you get a 1 or a 2, re-roll it. That's all.
Okay.
I'm going to stop streaming, so real quick while we finish this up. Thank you all for watching Roll the Dice and MVG. We will see you guys for the 3rd episode next Saturday. Have a great day. Woo! Did you guys have fun?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
All right, good deal. All right, we'll see you next week.